Hello everyone, my name's Kate and welcome back to more, for some reason I about said Final Fantasy, no, welcome back to more, Phoenix Wright, Ace Attorney Spirit of Justice, or the Apollo Justice Ace Attorney Trilogy. How long is this game's title? I keep forgetting. Last time, we technically ended in the middle of a trial day 1, but it was after the divination seance, so I was happy with it. And we got to see Maya, and Maya, of course, gets imprisoned again. So we're trying to save her. Let's continue. The evidence that can reveal the identity of the third party is this. So let's take a look at the history real quick. So let's consume its safe proceeding. Could the defense tell us who the third party dressed like Kira was? Your new claim has negated the insights of the royal priestess, so I trust you have some evidence to support it. Correct? Yes, of course. The evidence that can reveal the identity of the third party is this. So, evidence that reveals the identity of the third party. We're probably gonna have a couple fails here, considering the fact that I ended in the middle. Is it the arrow? Wait, is it the... Is it the wanted poster, probably?
Take that!
Nope. Mr. Wright, why do you keep throwing everything at me? Is it the letter? The warning letter, I assume? Yeah. 3 days before the purification rite, the victim received a warning letter from an unidentified individual. He did! Whoever sent it clearly meant to threaten the High Priest. The letter said, "Do not perform the rite." But the rite went on as scheduled. I believe that is why the High Priest was murdered. Who do you suppose that sent that letter? A person with something to hide. The rebel hunter disguised as Lady Kira herself. Peace. I don't understand. I had heard that the Lady Kira that has been in the news of late only hunted rebels. If so, why would she have killed the High Priest? Excellent question. There's only 2 answers, I think, that I can think of. One, and the one that I honestly doubt more, which is that Lady Kira is not only hunting rebels, but more likely, I feel, is that the priest himself had to have been a rebel, right? Maybe it would help to think of it this way. What if the High Priest had secretly been a rebel? High Priest! You can't possibly be a rebel! High Priest, a devout follower of Koreanism, a rebel! Do you even comprehend the blasphemy of which you speak? Well, do you? I, too, found it hard to believe at first. But as I continued my investigation, it started to become more and more plausible.
Objection!
The third party was the rebel hunting Lady Kira, and the High Priest was a rebel. You are a mockery of Koreanism. No. Of the kingdom of Korean itself knows no bounds. Oops. That shameless Bokukin lawyer! He's making a mockery of our religion! Listen, I ain't trying to do that. I'm trying to... As a faithful Koreanist, I take issue with these claims. And I am loath to admit them into today's proceedings. I don't like where this is going. The defense's claims about vile blasphemy tantamount to spitting on the Holy Mother. Is it really that big of a deal, Maya? Abba Imi was a distinguished monk, and a very well-respected one, too, so... yeah... please don't let this turn into an international incident. That's a little late for that, don't you think? But fear not, good people of Kurain. The rantings of this putrid-brained lawyer who seeks to sully the soul of the deceased shall come to no avail once I conclude these last rites. prosecution's assertion that the accused killed the victim remains unchanged. But the victim was stabbed in his abdomen. How is that possible when he had his back turned towards Miss Fay? Someone else must have killed him.
Objection!
Are you sure about that? Yes. You may have invalidated the seance, but do not let it go to your putrid head. The karmic flow of this trial is, as yet, still in my hands. How can he be so confident? Something has occurred to me, you see. And your allegations of a third party are but a deluded fantasy. And I shall prove that by calling a new witness to the stand. An eyewitness who would deliver a definitive answer that would dispel the defense's doubts. An eyewitness? Very well. Let us call this eyewitness to the stand. Excuse you? Oh, it's you! What? Hi, Harry. It's him again. Well now, he has to be the shaggiest witness I have ever laid eyes upon. Please, state your name and occupation.
Oh, I'm... so-and-so. Whatchamacallit? I got goggles. Power! Oh! Anonymous TBD. At least that's what they've been calling me. At least that's what they've been calling me.
TBD, as in to be determined? Can't you just tell us your real name? Well, the witness has suffered a blow to the head, rendering amnesiac. Therefore, I named him Anonymous TBD in my report, but he thinks TBD is part of his name.
Objection!
Bruh, you're letting an amnesiac testify. Have no fear, I've already questioned him at length. While it is true he has utterly forgotten his name and past, his memory of what he witnessed is still very much intact. Considering the dearth of information, any new knowledge may be of help. Therefore, I will permit his testimony. Now, Mr. Immis, please tell us what you saw. I'm trying to think of a voice for this guy. Oh well, we'll figure it out. He may be swapping a bunch until I figure it out, though. Witness testimony. Here we go. The night of the murder.
At night, I was up at the top of the Mount Pony Pony, the mountain next to the inner sanctum. I hate crowds, so I climbed up there to pray in peace. I know it's no, but since there was no one around, I used my binoculars to spy on the right at the inner sanctum. That's when I saw the accused stab the high priest with a dagger.
I feel like you should be a bit sillier. Maybe. There's no way you saw Miss Face stab the victim with a dagger. I swear I don't know what he's talking about. Or don't remember, at any rate. Mount Pony Pony. The beautiful mountain that is also known as the Little... Apologies. I'm tired. Little Sanctum. They must be talking about that smaller mountain from the poster. Mr. Immis, I was wondering...
What can I do you for?
The inner sanctum lies at a high elevation where clouds and fog can obscure the view. Are you sure you were able to see what happened from the mountaintop next to it? Good point. His Majesty raises an excellent question. Well, Mr. Immis?
All the day, right? There wasn't a cloud in the sky. I can't figure out my voice. I keep changing it. I feel like I'm gonna have to change it later, but for now I'm gonna do this. I had a perfect view. If you don't believe me, check the weather forecast in the paper that day.
Can we have the newspaper for that day? Yeah, let's take a look. The area around the inner sanctum will enjoy calm, clear... Damn it. It does say calm, clear skies, doesn't it? Well, that plan went out the window.
See, I told you so!
Alright. Well, it would appear the witness has offered testimony worth hearing. Mr. Immis, I too have a question for you. Didn't you already question the witness?
That's what I'm here for, right? Shoot!
How was the accused holding the dagger?
Was she holding it underhanded, its blade protruding from the bottom of her hand? Yeah, I believe she was. It's called a reverse grip. Ah, I thought as much.
Hold it!
Hold it right there. What bearing does that have on this case?
Come to me, my little friend. Cease your interruptions, you putrid-headed lawyer. Do you not see the significance in how the blade was held?
Why don't you enlighten me, oh enlightened one?
Fine. I knew you were a fool. I can already picture you in your next life.
Next life?
Yes, after your soul rise for centuries in the pits of hell, you shall be reborn as a witless sea urchin with barbs limited to your posterior. You shall live as a short, inconsequential life, only to be brutally devoured by a sea otter.
That was a bit excessive. I simply asked what the dagger grip had to do with the case.
Now, pay attention. How the accused held the dagger is of vital importance. With such information, we can infer exactly what actions she took.
Oh, explain it for me, oh smarty marty.
You were saying that the victim was killed while he had his back to the accused. Is that correct?
Oh, I see what he's playing at. I think I see what he's playing at. Is he gonna say, like, the victim would, like, that the accused could wrap their arms around and stab them from behind, but in the stomach?
As such, the accused's dagger grip tells us something very important. The accused approached the victim from behind, swung her arms around him, and plunged the dagger deep into his abdomen, using a reverse grip.
What? Yep, I had a feeling that was coming.
Thus, Mr. Immis's testimony clears up any doubts that might remain.
And it coincides with the benevolence's insights as well. This is a disaster.
I thought I'd blown those insights out of the water, but now they're back to haunt me.
Now then, the defense may roll to summon the witness. I can sense no favoritism totally, Mr. Judge. The night of the murder. Alright, let's do it. That night, I was up at the top of Mount Pony Pony, the mountain next to the Inner Sanctum.
Hold it!
Okay. Are you sure you're not mistaken, Mr. Immis? Wait, I already realized the problem here. Hang on. Was it really Mount Pony Pony that you climbed?
Oh, I'm sure of it. It was really Pony Ponyish mountain.
What does that even mean?
You know, now that I think about it, it was a mighty fine view.
I can already see the problem here. I climbed up there to pray in peace. I know it's no-no, but since there was no one around, I used my binoculars to spy on the right at the Inner Sanctum. I see the problem. So, here's the issue. There's a tent. There's a curtain.
Objection!
It's a pretty big issue. Your Majesty. I had my doubts about this bushy-bearded witness, but now I know we can't trust him.
What? You ain't just judging me solely on my bodacious beard, are you?
Not at all, Mr. Immis. It's much more than your sketchy appearance. It's your sketchy testimony. His testimony, you say? Yes. Recall how the Inner Sanctum was that day. Specifically, that it was completely enclosed by the ritual curtain. And don't try and tell me he could see above it, because I know for a fact this mountain is shorter. Don't try and play that with me. Why, yes, I believe you're right. The curtain would have completely blocked the witness's view from Mount Pony Pony. Therefore, he couldn't possibly have seen the murder happen. Miss Immis, have you been knowingly making false statements to this court?
The
witness will lower his voice.
I didn't actually see the accused herself.
He didn't actually see the accused herself? What's that supposed to mean?
That's it, the registry. I beg you.
Oh dear. Testimony part 2. The night of the murder. Amended.
Another sorry silhouettes projected against the ritual curtain. Figures were created by the light, the full moon on that clear, still night. She was just a shadow, but I can tell it was the accused, reverse gripping that dagger.
I'm sorry, what? Hang on, what? Shadows? That's what you saw. Hang on. What? What did you just say? The figures were created by the light of the full moon on that clear and still night. What?
Right. I can see what was going on by the shadow detected onto the ritual curtain.
In the future, Mr. Immis, I would rather you offer up accurate testimony from the start.
Forgive me, my main man, Mr. Magistrate. Tied up to my fuzzy memory.
Though he saw but shadows, it is still valuable testimony. You have got to be kidding me. What are we going to do now, Nick? All I can think of is to look for inconsistencies between the actual Wright and what Mr. Immis says he saw. Now then, the defense may cross-examine the witness once more. Alrighty. Cross-examining time. The night of the murder. Amended. I saw their shadowy silhouettes projected against the ritual curtain.
Hold it!
So, what you saw were simply shadows.
That's right. Those shadowy figures on that bright white curtain. That showed through plain as day. I could see everything that happened.
But Miss Faye and Abbott and me were at the top of the mountain late at night. The only light up there was coming from 4 small lanterns. How could the shadows have been projected that clearly onto the curtain?
No wonder people aren't on you lawyers. You're always so dang skeptical. Lanterns weren't the only source of light, you know.
The figures were created by the light of the full moon and on that clear and still night.
Hold it!
You claim to have seen shadowy figures that were projected onto the ritual curtain. But did you really see them, Mr. Immis?
Of course it did. The bright moonlight projected them onto that curtain, clear as day. But like watching a scene out of a horror movie from my front row seat up on Mount Pony Pony.
I guess the moon does shine a bit brighter when you're way up there. Maya, do you recall how bright the moon was that night?
I remember there weren't any clouds, and that the moon was definitely out. I don't remember if I could cast any shadows.
Okay, thanks. We can't deny that the moon was really bright, which means it's possible that it was bright enough to cause shadows to appear.
I remember it just like it happened.
She was just a shadow, but I could tell it was the accused reverse gripping that dagger.
Hold it!
Why could you tell? Hang on, how do you know it was Miss Faye if all you saw were shadows?
There was that little bun on top of her head. I didn't need to see her face. I just think the bob's a good dead giveaway. Never underestimate my keen sense of observation. That's one funny haircut.
Nice to make fun of a girl's hairstyle. I like my hair this way. Besides, you're one to talk, you Sasquatch.
You're like this wild, manly look I'm sporting. Just what you know, little girl.
Nick, isn't there some kind of crime you can charge him with?
I'm afraid it doesn't work that way. Now, he claims he only saw shadows. His testimony has sketchy retin all over it.
And there must be an inconsistency in there somewhere.
Yep. Is he really watching everything from Mount Pony Pony? If so, then I should see how his testimony lines up with the conditions of the bride. The conditions of the rites? When the moon is directly over the summit of Mount Pony Pony. It begins with the transformation rite. The high priest reads scripture while priestess dons rite of war, in which priestess enters spring dress Lake Cura. The ceremony ends with the rite of fire, in which priests circles sacred flames. The two then devote themselves to prayer until the rite comes to a close 2 days later at noontime. When the moon is directly over the summit, a clear and still night. Wait. I need to look over all the evidence in some way again. The area will enjoy calm, clear skies. The warmer temperature will be excellent for prayer weather. Aha! Here. I see it. A cold front overnight happened. So what do you mean clear?
Objection!
Wait, what? Hey, look at this! Look at this evidence! I saw their shadowy silhouettes projected against that ritual curve. Trying to think here. If it wasn't that, then...
Objection!
Wait a minute. You saw silhouettes projected by the moonlight. Wasn't it directly overhead? I don't know how shadows work, but... Sorry, but that's just not possible.
What do you mean? That's not possible. That was totally possible. That's impossible.
I think I'm going to need a logical ease translation on that. Let's take a look at this Wright's guide, shall we, Mr. Imus? Wright is held when the moon is directly over the summit of Mount Pony Pony. So if the moon was shining from the west, any shadows would have been cast eastward. Problem. But Mr. Imus was standing to the west of the inner sanctum on Mount Pony Pony. Oh, holy mother! That's right. Our witness here couldn't have seen any shadowy figures on that curtain.
No! No way!
Perhaps it was the sacred flames of the lanterns that cast the shadows he saw. I'm afraid not. I inspected them during my investigation, but the flames were too small to catch the crisp, distinct figures of Mr. Imus claims to have seen.
But I didn't see those silhouettes, really?
But how could he, Nick?
Maybe he was someplace where they were visible. Wait. Don't tell me. Wait a minute. You're mad straight. If Mr. Imus really did see those shadows, it brings a brand new light to fact. And that would be... The brand new fact that comes to light if Mr. Imus really did see those shadows is... He had to have been somewhere else, wasn't he? That's the only thing I can think of that makes a little bit of sense. He had to be in some place else. He wasn't where he claimed to be at the time of the murder. Oh? And where do you propose the witness was? Someplace where he could have seen the shadow figures act naturally.
Wait, you mean...
Wait, there might actually be a place. None of the mountains east of the inner sanctum are close enough for a good view. That leaves only one place he could have clearly seen the shadows from. And where might that be? This is where Mr. Imus was at the time of the murder. He had to have been in the inner sanctum. That's the only thing that makes sense. He's the third party that was there. Mr. Imus was at the inner sanctum, just outside the curtain on the east side. That's the only place from which he could have seen the shadowy figures.
Really? Wow, I didn't even think of that.
But wasn't the inner sanctum off limits to all but the victim and the accused? And the third party who was there, you mean? I get the feeling that's a subject Prosecutor Sadamati would rather not touch right now. You got any insights? You mean... Wait, that's right. This witness was at the scene of the crime, which means he is the mysterious third party we saw during the divination seance. He could be the one who dressed as Lady Kira and killed the High Priest. What?
Objection!
No one but the two participants were allowed anywhere near the inner sanctum. And the only way up there are the stairs that start down at the Plaza d'Ocean.
Oh, I get it now. Now I know what's been bugging me. I think I know who you are, Mr. Anonymous.
So tell me, how do you propose the witness entered that sacred space?
Oh, he must have, I haven't thought that far ahead, okay? The sanctum has sheer cliffs on 3 sides and a steep towering rock face on the other. No one could have made it there by climbing the face of those cliffs.
His Majesty speaks true. To say Mr. Emmis was at such an inaccessible location is but a bid to tarnish his credibility. Is that not right?
Right! I wasn't at the inner sanctum. No, sir. No how. At least I'm pretty sure I was.
Hold it!
Hang on.
Then what about those silhouettes you claim to have seen?
I'm starting to think I've been imagining things.
What?
It's insane!
I knew we couldn't trust that lawyer. He's trying to frame a witness.
Kill him.
Peace, peace, I say.
This is impossible. Unless I can show how he got to the inner sanctum. It just looks like I'm trying to slander Mr. Emmis. I believe in you, Nick. Rah, rah, sis boom bah. Fight, fight, Phoenix Wright.
Just look at the accused. Is she no shame?
What's your problem, lady? Phoenix Wright is very trustworthy, I'll have you know.
She's got some nerve for criminal.
That is a lawyer poison your mind.
Please, Maya, you're only making it worse. I appreciate the vote of confidence, but it's probably best to keep it to yourself for now. I would advise the defense to think carefully before making any more sudden outbursts. Yes, Your Majesty.
I wasn't the bad guy before, I definitely am now. Now, Miss Emmis, I would like you to think back carefully before you testify next about where you were that night.
I wasn't at the inner sanctum.
I was never at the inner sanctum, I tell you. That much I'm sure of, even with the fuzzy memory. Besides, it would have been impossible to get in there in the first place. Boy, you lawyers sure are scary.
I guess it might have been impossible for him to get to the inner sanctum like he claims, but...
Now will you desist in trying to frame this innocent witness?
Yeah, I'd like to see you explain how you got there.
Mr. Wright, is it not time to end these cross-examinations?
A moment of desperation leads to 100 million years of torment. It means that for each moment a sinner spends struggling to deny their sins, 100 million years of torment are added to their time in hell.
Curianism is the strictest religion ever.
And just so you know, you've already accrued 200 million extra years.
Most of 5 they started with. That's 700 million years of torment.
Sure, what's another 200 million, give or take?
Well, it's a big deal to me.
I can't keep saying that the witness was there at the inner sanctum if I can't prove it. The problem is, how am I going to do that?
I think I know how. It's not a matter of how he got up there, but rather how he got down there.
Wait!
That's it. I get it. I get it. It's coming back to me a bit. It's never at the inner sanctum, that much I'm sure of, even with the fuzzy memory. Besides, it would have been impossible to get there in the first place.
Hold it!
Hang on. I wonder if it really was impossible for you to get to the Inner Sanctum.
If you have something to say, just say it.
Couldn't there have been another way to get there?
A way that wouldn't attract attention.
Or is it?
Which means there is. Perhaps the defense would share its theory with us? I don't even have a wild guess, let alone a theory, though. Time to reach into my bag of bluffs. To reach the Inner Sanctum without attracting any attention, he fell from the sky. Maybe he fell from the sky.
Oh, your face is a comedian now.
I was wondering what crazy theory you would propose next. Well, defense, let's hear it.
Mr. Hermes could have, parachuted down. We already know the weather was clear and there was no wind to speak of. Perfect weather for skydiving, I'd say.
Now that you have been backed into a corner, your delusions grow ever more delusional. The Inner Sanctum is on a tiny ledge on a sheer cliff over 200 meters tall. One misstep, and a skydiver would soon find themselves in the Twilight Realm.
Yeah, I don't care how still the wind was. Even I could have made that jump.
Wait, what's this building on top of the Sacred Mountain?
That is the Royal Penitentiary number 4.
Oh, right. Princess Rafa mentioned there was a prison up there. How do you get your prisoners up there, anyway?
By helicopter, but only with authorization from the Minister of Justice. He's the only one who can approve flights that pass over the Inner Sanctum.
Really? Really?
Might I also add, defense, that no parachute or any other equipment was necessary for skydiving had been found.
I flew down there by flapping my arms. I may be a cripple dude, but even I'm not capable of that.
Ugh. Well, please add that statement to your testimony, Mr. Emmett. It's not like I can fly through the air either. I'm gonna try it. You wanna bet? Because I actually am willing to wager that you could fly.
Objection!
You could fly pretty easily. Mr. Emmett is right. He couldn't have skydived down there without any gear.
Well, now, finally come around, have you? Now you see that I couldn't have possibly been there at the Inner Sanctum.
Right. If you didn't have any gear, that is. What on earth are you talking about? That overreaction is a dead giveaway that I'm on the right track. Take a look at this piece of evidence. Those are prayer flags, are they not? Yes, but they have been sewn together to create one big banner. A banner that could also function like a parachute.
Oh, God.
The people of Kurains are so used to seeing prayer flags that the police didn't even think twice about these flags during their investigation.
Ugh.
No, this cannot be! Really? The witness landed at the Inner Sanctum by using these prayer flags as a parachute. Is that not right, Mr. Amos?
There's no way out. I'm surrounded.
Mr. Amos?
I was touched on my memory. I guess I was there at the Inner Sanctum after all.
Just what I needed. As I suspected, there were 3 people there that night. You did it, Nick. You weren't wrong after all. Thanks. And thanks to that, we can actually identify who this man is. We know that you are... That's... our ball. That's Airball? Thanks. Mr. Amos, you were the one disguised as Lady Kira that night, weren't you?
No way. No how. It's like this. Oh yeah. I was only there at the Inner Sanctum by accident.
By accident?
Exactly. That thing's not a parachute. It's a homemade paraglider.
A paraglider? Are you really telling me you could fly using that patchwork mess of material?
It may not look like much, but it's as sturdy as can be. I rode the wind like an eagle, going higher and higher from my earthly launching point. But then something happened that forced me to land at the Inner Sanctum.
So you just happened to land there? You expect me to believe that?
No, please calm yourself, Mr. Wright. However, the fact that the witness was at the inner sanctum is crucial testimony indeed, and it certainly warrants further explication. Therefore, let's continue with more testimony. Thank you, Your Honor, or Majesty. Witness testimony. Why I was at the inner sanctum.
That evening, I was enjoying a trek through the night sky with my homemade paraglider. Just as Mount Pony Pony was drawing near, something terrible happened. An accident forced me to make an emergency landing at the inner sanctum. As I landed, I banged my head, causing me to lose my memory. So you see, I ended up at the inner sanctum purely by accident.
Mr. Amos, you failed to mention any of this during your pre-trial questioning.
Can't be helped. I mean, I'm just remembering it now.
Continue such slipshod testimony, and you'll be cast into the hell of hangnails, where you shall have hangnails grown and ripped out for 800 million years.
I think I'll pass on that.
Oh, so that cop prosecutor saw Marty off guard.
This is my chance to rip his case to shreds.
I know who you are now. I just gotta prove you're who you are. That evening, I was enjoying a trek through the night sky with my homemade paraglider.
Hold it!
You were enjoying a trek through the night sky with your homemade paraglider? You didn't go to pray?
If a courageous like me can pray anywhere, he won't fly through the sky. I would recommend you try it. You're bound to end up dead.
A paraglider? I didn't see anything like that.
It's because of the ritual curtain. It blocked your view. You should have seen me majestically soaring between the mountains.
Really? What do you think, Nick?
Don't ask me.
I was really enjoying that flight. At first, anyway.
Just as Mount Pony Pony was drawing near, something terrible happened. Something terrible happened?
Exactly. When I say terrible, I mean terrible.
What? Was there something unexpected near Mount Pony Pony? What was it again? Wait, you don't remember?
Let's just say it was terrible.
What?
What do you mean?
Hang on. No. Don't make me. Something terrible. Why did it end up in this state? Let's press on.
Hold it!
What exactly was this accident you had?
Good question. And what was it again? Wind? Oh, yeah, it was wind. And not just any wind, but a sudden gale wind, force wind. Made me lose control.
The wind was strong enough to make you lose control?
You got me right. You got that right.
Okay, then please add that to your testimony.
Gale force winds came out of nowhere, so I made an emergency landing at the sanctum.
Let's press it. Had the wind been blowing the whole time around the mountains?
Yeah, just the right amount of wind for paragliding. That sudden gale force wind was a real shocker.
I see. So a decent wind had been blowing until then.
Right. The paraglide is not much use without a decent wind.
As I landed, a bang in my head caused me to lose my memory.
Hold it!
Where at the Inner Sanctum did you land?
That's easy. We're the paraglider. Yeah.
I guess that makes sense. So, outside the ritual curtain, on the side where the moonlight shadows were cast.
Right as I landed, I hit my own rock. Lost both my consciousness and my memory.
Something's seriously wrong with this guy. Ugh.
Hold it!
You're lucky to be alive after an accident like that.
Yeah, I'm just a lucky kind of guy. It sounds like these that separate the men from the boys.
Wow, I'd say you were incredibly lucky. Almost miraculously so.
If you got something to say, just say it.
Alright, Mr. Amos. It wasn't an accident, was it? You landed at the Inner Sanctum on purpose.
No, it was an accident, I'm telling you. You don't even have proof, so stop making things up about it.
His testimony is like a moving target.
Okay, Nick. Time for some evidence. You know, really grab him by the scruff of his neck.
One thing at a time, Maya. First, I have to find an inconsistency. But where there is constantly changing testimony, there are bound to be discrepancies and other issues. Was the weather not supposed to be clear?
Objection!
We have a saying in my country, Mr. Amos. From one lie sprouts another.
Huh? What's that supposed to mean?
It means someone caught lying will lie again in an attempt to conceal their first lie. In other words, this current testimony is just a bland lie you're telling to cover your tracks.
What'd you just say?
You claim gale force winds caused you to lose control. But this newspaper has the weather report for the day of the murder. It says, the area around the Inner Sanctum will enjoy calm, clear skies today.
Oh, God!
Why, I do believe it does say that.
From one lie sprouts another. That makes sense, but is it really a saying back home? I've never heard of it.
Yeah, I kind of made that one up.
For real?
Anyways, that's besides the point. Your Majesty, the witness's testimony contains another flaw, one that's even more fatal to his cause. More fatal, you say? The defense will explain himself at once. Mr. Amos claims he was flying up around the Inner Sanctum with his paraglider, but it would have been impossible to get all the way up there without any wind. Oh, why, yes, I believe you're right. But we know the witness was at the Inner Sanctum, so... Mr. Amos, how did you get there? And from where? Without any wind, he couldn't have flown up there from the bottom of the mountain. Process of elimination? The only starting point that makes any sense is... Your Majesty, I believe I have the answer to your question. To reach the Inner Sanctum, Mr. Amos must have launched himself from here. The prison.
Take that!
Are you saying?
That's where he came from. If he couldn't have come from below, the only other option is from above. So you see, Anonymous came down from Royal Penitentiary number 4. From there, he could have easily reached the Inner Sanctum by parachute. And that means he might have also killed the High Priest. What? Mr. Amos, were you the third party at the Inner Sanctum? And the one behind the warning to halt the right that the victim received? Was it you we saw in his final memory? Are you the rebel hunter, Lady Kira?
Hey, it's Rotsky, sir. Help me out here.
You did it! You finally left him speechless.
Come on, Mr. Prosecutor, man.
Quiet, you fool. You should use this time to prepare yourself for what is to come. For a fate far worse than hangnail hell awaits you now.
Well done, defense. I must concede this point to you. The witness did, in fact, descend to the Inner Sanctum from Royal Penitentiary number 4.
Huh? He didn't even put up a fight this time. It's awfully generous of him.
But if you are as perceptive as you seem, then you surely have already figured out the riddle. The riddle of Anonymous's true identity.
Oh, Mr. Identity? Not sure I know quite yet, but I guess I'll have to answer with something. It would seem I am the only one still in the dark here. But the defense care to enlighten me. Is this the man? Who is this man we've been calling anonymous?
Witness's true identity is... That's Airball. Is this really him? Only now do you realize the truth. Well, please to share with us your belated insight. What's wrong, Nick? Why are you holding back?
Because this isn't going to be very helpful to us.
Really? Are you sure?
Unfortunately, I've got no other choice. That scruffy beard and shaggy mane completely threw me off.
But it's all becoming clear now. The nighttime base jump from the mountaintop prison. The precision landing at the inner sanctum using only a homemade parachute. Only a paratrooper, or more precisely a former paratrooper, could have pulled that off. This witness is That's Airball, prison escapee and key member of Dirk's rebel group.
What? The witness is an escaped prisoner.
Precisely. Police have been scouring every corner of the city to no avail. Meanwhile, here he was under our noses the entire time.
Didn't think anyone would see through my clever disguise.
But the witness's charade is not all that has been shattered. Is it, Defense?
Boy, do I hate this guy.
Please recall the Defense's own words.
Whoever sent it clearly meant to threaten the High Priest. Letter said, do not perform the rite.
The rite went on as scheduled.
I believe that is why the High Priest was murdered. Who do you suppose sent that letter? A person with something to hide. A rebel hunter disguised as Lady Kira herself.
He claimed that the real killer was the rebel hunter disguised as Lady Kira.
Yeah, and what's your point?
What of the witness's true identity?
Only a paratrooper, or more precisely a former paratrooper, could have pulled that off. This witness is That's Airball, a prison escapee and key member of Dirk's rebel group.
Oh no.
He is a rebel and an escaped prisoner.
He could not possibly have been Lady Kira, a mortal enemy of the rebels.
Yep. We got a problem.
Now, perhaps the witness will enlighten us to the truth. After all, he has yet to refute any of this.
You got me. I'm the razor-sharp fangs of the Defiant Dragons. That's Airball. That's Airball.
When do you get your memory back?
Oh, right at the time you guys were talking about how there being no win. Oh, you gotta give me credit for making up all that testimony off the top of my head.
Are you prepared to tell us the truth now?
Well, it's true, I parachuted down the inner sanctum. I banged my head on impact and ended up unconscious outside the ritual curtain. In short, all my eyewitness testimony was a big fat lie.
A big fat lie.
Oh, and by the way, long time no see, Yuri.
Wait, what? Wait, you know... No, you don't... Wait, they know each other?
Your Majesty, this filthy rebel belongs in a jail cell.
Oh, yes, of course. Bailiff, seize him at once.
Seems you really have forgotten the will of the dragon, huh? Oh, Yuri. No dogs look rot on Regime are gonna lay a finger on me.
Bye.
Deploy all available resources. I want all units placed on high alert.
I'm free. The escaped prisoner escaped again.
The police force has been placed on high alert. He'll be caught before long. An escaped prisoner just escaped the law again after giving a ton of false testimony. Talk about a troublemaker.
He really pulled a number on all of us.
What was the point of all that anyway?
Well, I can't help but feel the entire episode was an enormous waste of time.
The magistrate? Perhaps it was not as great of a waste of as you might believe.
What makes you say that, Prosecutor Psalamati?
That airball dropped something as he made his escape from these halls.
Oh, what? The scrap paper looks awfully familiar.
These appear to be direct orders from Dirk.
From Dirk, the rebel leader! Oh, but we only have a small corner of it.
Wait, I remember now.
Your Majesty, I've seen that scrap paper before. You have?
The scrap paper Dad's airball dropped as part of this.
Take that!
And this is...
I found it at the scene of the crime. It appears to be a copy of the order that Mr. Airball dropped. If we put the two together, we should be able to read what the order says.
Let's see it. Here we go. Oh my! And just what does it say, Mr. Wright?
I can't read Koreanese.
But Prosecutor Psalamati, if you please.
The ignorant lawyer has not bothered to learn our language. Very well, then. Let's see here. I do not understand.
Well, what does it say?
Using the lamplights as a landmark, he was to parachute down to the inner sanctum. Upon the rite's completion, he was to don Lady Kira's robes and make his escape.
What? But that's how he was able to escape from prison?
So, if I were to assume that Mr. Airball was the one who killed the High Priest, maybe it was because Abbot Enemy tried to thwart his escape plan? Oh, foul lawyer. I'm afraid that is simply ludicrous.
But I didn't say anything.
Did you just read my mind? I know how your putrid mind works. Unfortunately for you, however, that is not... Now that the rebels' escape plan has been revealed, it is clear that that's Airball is not the High Priest killer.
How can you be so sure?
Look at my little friend. If only you would use that putrid brain of yours every once in a while. That's Airball's plan could not have worked without the help of a certain individual.
What do you mean?
I'm speaking about in me, of course. That's Airball simply donned Lady Kira's robes and made his escape alone. He would have been far too conspicuous, but were he by the High Priest's side. The faithful citizens praying in the plaza would have had no cause to suspect anything. It is, therefore, unthinkable that Airball was the High Priest's killer.
So then, you're saying High Priest was a... Oh, I cannot bear to say it.
I'm afraid it is so. He numbered among the rebels who threatened our kingdom.
Could this be?
High Priest? A rebel? There must be some kind of mistake.
Shut it up!
Uh-oh.
Let it go and move on. Accept the truth. It is the only way. That goes double for you, Defense. Cease your futile battle now.
And why should I?
Because I will now put the final nail in the coffin of the accused. Now that we have eliminated that Airball from our list of suspects, there's only one person that still remains. The accused, Maya Fey.
Hold it!
Hold it right there. Aren't you forgetting something important? Something important? Please, do explain, Defense. We can't end this trial without looking into... the arrow?
Are you stupid? Where are you going? I'm talking about the true identity of the Lady Kira we saw in the seance vision. If that wasn't Dad's airball, then who was it?
Objection!
That matter has already been resolved.
It has. What's he talking about?
It is as I have maintained from the start. There was no third party in the seance vision.
Objection!
Boy?
But there was another Lady Kira there besides Maya Fey. We all saw her.
Shut it up!
What the? I can't do my finger point. Uh-oh. Hey, stop. No. No.
It is time to let it go and move on. Your fate has already been sealed, much like your arm.
This hardly seems fair.
It is quite simply once you consider where the victim and the accused were at the time. If the victim was near the spring with his back to the accused, what would he see ahead? Besides the water itself.
Besides the water itself, there's nothing but the Warbot statue.
Precisely. The Lady Kira we saw in the seance is the Warbot statue draped in her sacred robes.
No!
The accused wants the false Lady Kira to appear in the seance vision. Before she came from behind and stabbed the victim with the dagger in a reverse grip.
But why would the accused want to do something like that, like create a false Lady Kira?
To show it to the victim as he was being slain.
And what reason would the accused have to fool the victim she was about to kill?
It was not the victim she was trying to fool. It was the very court itself.
Come again?
Suspicion would not fall on the accused if it looked as if another Lady Kira was there. And the defense was foolish enough to fall for it and claim it was a third party in disguise.
Are you saying...
I am. It was all a cleverly wicked scheme perpetrated by the accused. A scheme in which she sought to use the seance vision to mislead us.
We're in dire circumstances right now. This can't be happening.
What a face you are making, Defense. I'm surprised you are taking this so hard. After all, did I not clearly state a while back that you were chasing after naught but a deluded fantasy? Something has occurred to me, you see. And your allegations of a third party are but a deluded fantasy. You're telling me he knew this is how it would turn out all this way back then? And that he was just waiting for the most effective moment to spring it on me? Do you understand now? I've had you dancing in the palm of my hand this entire time.
It can't be. This is an outrage. You took our royal priest's secret divination seance and used it to commit this most foul and despicable murder.
No, I did nothing of the sort. Maya. Nick, it's not true. I didn't...
Objection!
Cease this ugly display. Your fate is sealed now that the facts have been exposed. Your Majesty, the time has come to convict this criminal who only seeks to taint this sacred hall.
Indeed. It seems this trial is over.
Hold it!
Does the defense wish to offer up yet another counter-argument or something?
The accused is,
It's not the killer. And, here's what... Now, what do? I got nothing! It would appear that the defense has run out of arguments to make.
I thought for sure that the rebel was the killer. The only person with a possible motive, the one dressed as Lady Kira, has vanished. And I've got nothing to use against Prosecutor Sarmai's argument. Damn it! I can't lose now, not like this!
Very well then, I shall now render my verdict.
Wait! Please, wait! I'm begging you! It is time to let it go and move on.
This trial need not be drawn out any longer. The defense has failed to counter the charge filed by the prosecution. In accordance with the law, I invoke the Defense Culpability Act against the defense. Now then, this court finds the accused, Maya Fey, and the defense, Phoenix Wright, guilty.
Your Majesty, please forget the interruption by...
What is the meaning of this?
A body has been found. In the Plaza Devotion, Your Majesty.
Wait, what? What's this? A body? What happened now?
And we found this sticking out of the victim.
Why, that's Lady Kira's robot dagger.
Hey, Kira, she's returned to the Twilight Realm once more. She's come to defeat the rebels.
Wait, that might just save us.
Peace.
Well, it would seem the dagger that was once lost has now been found.
I have one more thing to report, Prosecutor Satomati.
Yes?
This dagger... It bears the fingerprints of Maya Fey on it.
What? Why would Maya's prints be on it? I cannot believe it, yet it must be true.
Is something the matter, Prosecutor Satomati?
This trial has run its course and the accused's skills has been firmly established. However, it would seem the defense was right about one thing.
I was?
You claim that the murder at the Inner Sanctum had been carried out by the rebel hunter masquerading as Lady Kira.
I did say something to that effect, but whatever. Prosecutor Satomati, are you suggesting what I think you are?
I believe the true identity of the rebel hunter who has been masquerading as Lady Kira is none other than the accused of Maya Fey. What? Me?
What?
I realize how shocking this must seem. Looking back, however, I now realize there was much that pointed to this fact. The rebel hunting Lady Kira was first sighted about 2 years ago, and the accused first came to our kingdom 2 years ago as well.
Why, the timing matches perfectly.
But there's more. That warning letter was found in the High Priest's bedroom 3 days before the rite. Despite his house being locked up tight that night.
Objection!
Maya's not competent enough to do this.
Nick, what the hell?
Sorry, Maya, but I'm not wrong. How does that prove anything?
Objection!
It is difficult to believe an intruder could have found a way to enter such a secure house. However, the accused was known to come and go freely there. Mainly to prepare for the purification rite. Our Emmy was an important figure with a ton of duties, including training acolytes. He was really kind, even to a foreigner like me. He even invited me over to his house whenever I was between training sessions. The accused could have easily left the house unlocked for herself without anyone noticing.
No! Only someone capable of entering the priest's home could deliver it.
If we assume that the accused was Lady Kira, that more than establishes her motive for killing the High Priest.
Yes, the victim was secretly an insurgent, bent on helping that airball escape, after all.
Precisely. That made him the target of Lady Kira's wrath.
So what, now are you on her side?
And after killing the High Priest, she then unleashed the divine justice on another rebel. So, it seems the scope of this case has expanded. We now have 2 murders perpetrated by Miss Maya Fey, masquerading as Lady Kira.
If Miss Fey is indeed a serial killer, it would affect the severity of her punishment. In light of this, I believe the second murder must be investigated before we can proceed.
As you wish, Your Majesty. Maya Fey, I hereby charge you with the second murder. May your defiled soul feel the weight of your sins.
A new murder charge on top of a guilty verdict! It seems the offense will live to see one more day. Talk about hanging on by a thread!
Come tomorrow, a far more terrible punishment awaits you.
I hereby suspend these proceedings so that the second murder may be investigated. Until the conclusion of this new investigation, this court is adjourned. Well, we got more time. Yay.
Ay, ay, ay.
Save your progress. Yippee. Well, May 11th, 1:03 p.m. Temple.
What do I do now? I can't believe Maya and I were actually found guilty.
This trial need not be drawn out any longer. The defense has failed to counter the charge filed by the prosecution. In accordance with the law, I invoke the Defense Culpability Act against the defense. Now then, this court finds the accused, Maya Fey, and the defense, Phoenix Wright, guilty.
Mr. Wright!
Albie,
We saw the whole trial. What's going to happen to Miss Maya now?
I'm worried about that too. Right now,
I have one more thing to report, Prosecutor Salmati.
Yes?
This dagger. There's the fingerprints of Maya Fey on it.
right now, I need to focus on the next trial.
The murder of Acolyte Zelok, right?
At least the jury is still out on that one, so to speak. The two murders are most likely connected.
If I can get to the bottom of Acolyte Zelok's murder, it might give me the ammunition I need to overturn Maya's guilty verdict. Let me help you with the investigate. I want to assist you in any way I can.
I appreciate it, Albie, but we're talking about murder.
Yeah, but it's going to be hard for a foreigner to investigate this on his own.
You have a point there. I wish I knew what to do. Huh? Isn't that your benevolence? Princess Rafa?
Oh, it is you again. The dead lawyer walking, guilty of abetting a murder, under the Defense Culpability Act.
I see she hasn't lost any of her charm. Why the long face? I thought you'd be glad I was found guilty under the DC Act.
I am in no mood to take joy in your suffering. For I was unable to defeat you, and had to leave the job to others. I failed in my sacred duty as the royal priestess.
Guess that answers my question.
Have I misunderstood the voice of the Mitama yet again?
Well, all I did was defend my client. I can't bear to see her looking so sad like this, so... Your benevolence. Your benevolence!
Oh, Barbed Head. I thought you had already begun your journey to the Twilight Realm.
I'm not dead yet. I still have an investigation to do. For tomorrow's trial.
What's this? Do you mean to say you have not given up yet?
That's right. I'm going to prove Maya innocent tomorrow.
But why? Why do you refuse to give up? I cannot fathom such obstinacy. Obstinacy. Investigate all you want. I care not.
You really don't mind? But aren't you worried that a lawyer backed into a corner by the DC Act might do something desperate like forge evidence?
What's this?
If left unsupervised, I'd be free to do whatever I wanted, you know.
Ugh.
Okay, now to see if he takes the bait.
Yes, I see your point. Bobbed Head,
Yes?
I know what happened yesterday. You perpetrated some sort of fraud or other misdeed while I was not watching.
Huh?
That explains why I misunderstood the voice of the High Priest's soul. Yes, of course. That's the only explanation.
I was just trying to cheer her up. Now she thinks even less of me.
I must not allow you to sully our sacred hall of justice with your misdeed ever again. Therefore, today, I will be monitoring your every move once more. I will not fail to spot your misdeeds this time. The moment I see anything out of the ordinary, I will send you straight to prison. And you, boy, do not throw your lot in with this foreign devil.
But your benevolence.
It's okay, Albie. You don't need to worry about me. I'll be back before you know it. But first, I should probably lighten my load a bit. Albie, would you mind holding on to some evidence for me?
Of course. Of course not. I'm always glad to help.
Unnecessary evidence unloaded onto Albie.
May the Holy Mother's blessing be upon you.
Now then, the scene of the crime is the logical place to start. If I recall correctly, the body was found at the Plaza of Devotion. Hi. Let's go to the Plaza of Devotion. Oh dear. May 11th, the Plaza of Devotion. Looks like the police already finished their investigation. To think someone would be killed here, a place devoted to prayer. Body outline and flowers? Did someone leave them here in the memory of the deceased? And there's something different about the prayer flags today. Oh yeah.
As a high priest disciple, Acolyte Zella was utterly devoted to his training. First high priest, and now his devoted disciple. Maya Fey will pay for this.
As I keep trying to tell you, Maya has nothing to do with any of this.
And you can prove this. How?
What do you think I'm doing here? Gathering dirt and dust for the trial?
You and your smart mouth. This is precisely why you and your loyally ilk are so reviled.
I assume this is Emma?
Hey, Mr. Wright!
Yo! Emma!
It's that detective from your country again. Ugh, it's the princess. You seem displeased. Is that I am here? Oh, no. Don't be silly. Mr. Wright, I'm so sorry about what happened to Maya.
It's not your fault, Emma. You were just doing your job. And if I had just done mine...
Mr. Wright.
But it's no use crying over spilled milk. Would you mind telling me what you know about the murder? It's do or die in court tomorrow. And I mean that literally.
Gladly. I'll help in any way I can. Remember, I have my eyes on the both of you, so see it to it that you commit no misdeeds. Of course not. You're talking to a professional here.
What's this? This prayer flag looks much newer than the rest. Your benevolence? What does it say here?
The dearest wishes of our subjects are written upon these prayer flags. Reading the prayers of others is considered rude. But if you must know... It says, at the usual spot, bring grub. The key, too. That's one of the more direct and practical prayers I've seen.
I wonder if it's even a prayer. Strange. Where are these flowers? So these flowers were left here in memory of Acolyte Zella. What are they called?
They are known as a namanda, and they are given to express sorrow when a life is lost.
Seems offering flowers in memory of the dead is universal practice. Question. Alright, just make sure. We lost an entire page of evidence. Nice. Acolyte Zella died bent over in prayer. There's no trace of blood on the ground, though. The fact that there's so little bleeding could mean it was a single stab to a vital point. Not that that would have been very difficult, considering the position he was in. Huh? What's this? Acolyte Zella was killed in a prayer pose. With his head bent over like that, the last thing he saw must have been this rug.
It is a prayer rug woven by devout monks. May the Holy Mother's blessing be upon his departed soul.
It's strange that there are no bloodstains, though.
Huh. Perhaps it was so cold his blood froze. Or perhaps it was absorbed by its vestment.
It is pretty cold. Maybe the blood really did just freeze inside his body.
Hey, look at my bag.
Congrats on your return to the legal world, and farewell from it, too. if tomorrow's bad.
Alright, let's talk. The incident. Let's see, how about starting with an overview of what happened?
Sure. The victim is Perez Zealot. He was the high priest's disciple. His body was discovered around noon today, right after the rite wrapped up.
So during the High Priest murder trial.
That's right. Apparently, he had been in here praying since the day before even the rite even started. How about serious devotion?
Yeah, I barely lasted a few minutes.
This is a picture of Mr. Zealot's body.
That dagger in his upper back looks like it would have been particularly painful, yeah. Huh. There's not really too much of note here that's that interesting, aside from the fact that... well, there's a peach on his back of his head. Hmm? Is that a tattoo on the back of his neck? It's peach-shaped.
Everyone started leaving when the prayer was finally done. But the victim remained bent over in prayer, and when they went over to check on him...
They discovered he was dead, right? Yeah.
Yes. The estimated time of death is May 9th, sometime between the start of the rite and the discovery of the High Priest's body. In other words, we believe the crime took place during the purification rite. And the murder weapon was the same ceremonial dagger that killed the High Priest. The prosecution believes Maya came down the stairs after killing the High Priest, and then stabbed Mr. Zealot with the same dagger.
Circumstantial evidence does point to Maya, but what about the cause of death?
He apparently died instantly from the dagger, and was left thrust into his upper back. Here's the autopsy report.
Cause of death was spinal cord injury from being stabbed in the upper back by a bladed weapon. Ugh.
Estimated time of death, you say? How can you know such a thing? I want to know. Well, Barthead, out with it. Oh, so the Princess of the Spear Medium's Kingdom is interested in forensic science. I have no interest in science, forensic or otherwise. Nevertheless, I will someday be queen. As such, it would be wise to know what silly things the common folk believe in. There's nothing silly about it. I'll have you know, even Prosecutor Sodomati holds forensics in high regard. Does he? Perhaps I should not underestimate the power of science. Still, I suppose it is nothing much compared to the divination seance. She really doesn't have an adorable bone in her body.
Emma, I think she's actually interested. Would you mind explaining it to her?
I guess I have to know. Okay. There are many ways to estimate the time of death. But the most well-known method uses the change in body temperature. Interesting. Body temperature drops at a steady rate from the moment the person dies. That means we can tell how long someone's been dead by measuring their temperature. I see. That's quite enlightening. Barbed head, present your forehead now.
What? Why?
You feel just a little over 95 degrees. It seems you are not dead yet.
Of course I'm not!
It was but a jest. After all, you're still at the dead lawyer walking.
I failed to see the humor in any of this. By the way, it's gonna be funny to see you not laughing tomorrow when I break your divination seance once more. Were there any witnesses? With so many people here at the plaza, you'd think somebody would have seen something.
You'd think so, wouldn't you? But we haven't found a single witness.
How's that even possible?
Because everyone was bent over, utterly devoted to prayer, naturally.
Oh, right. The back-shattering pose that nearly killed me. Still, you'd think someone would have noticed something.
I thought so too, but with the monk's scarf he had on, no one could see the dagger in his upper back. Plus, everyone was so absorbed in prayer they didn't see or hear anything.
I can't believe this.
What you choose to believe is your choice, but the fact remains there are no witnesses. However, there is one piece of irrefutable evidence. The dagger. Sadly, yes.
Ugh. Wait. Wait.
only someone capable of entering the priest's home could have delivered it? Wait! Wait! I feel like I'm remembering how this case is playing out. Wait, I think I remember. I think I might know who the culprit is. I think I remember. If my memory's right, you are involved in some capacity. If my memory is telling me right, then you're involved in some capacity. The murder weapon. Could you tell me about the murder weapon?
The killer used the War Rod's dagger, the legendary weapon of Lady Kira. It was discovered impaled in the victim's upper back. The accused's fingerprints were found on the dagger, were they not?
Yes, they were.
With such irrefutable evidence, there is no questioning the accused's guilt.
Not so fast. What about a motive? Well, you had no reason to kill Acolyte Zealot.
What do the police think about this matter?
Maya had no reason to kill Acolyte Zealot.
So you say, but let us now hear what the police think about the matter.
The police believe Maya is the Lady Cure figure who's been battling the rebels. And since Mr. Zealot was the disciple of the High Priest who turned out to be a rebel...
He too was likely a rebel, and therefore met the same untimely demise as his teacher.
Yes, that's how the police currently view this crime. There's no way Maya's that Lady Cure vigilante. I agree on the personal level, but the police are just going with what trials concluded. I really blew it in court today. Okay. That message on the prayer flag seems like a little weird, but I think I've seen everything there is to see around here.
You have not found nor heard of anything of particular worth. Are you ready to give up?
No, I'm not calling it quits yet. Does it look like you have any hope of winning, Mr. Wright? Emma? I can't really say at this point. All I know is I have to keep investigating.
What are you two sneaks up to? I would advise you get back to work if you are done here, Detective. Otherwise, I will report you to Prosecutor Sotomati for dereliction of duty.
I'm going. Well, see you later, Mr. Wright. And good luck. I should really pay a visit to everyone in every place connected with this case. I say we start with the detention center. Never mind. I say we start with the inner sanctum. Never mind. I say we start with the bazaar. Never mind. I say we start with the High Priest's house. May 11th, High Priest's house. Hello. I'm sorry to bother you again, but...
Oh, it's you. Barbed Head, you are not contemplating casting suspicion upon Lady Believe, are you? She lost her beloved husband, and now Acolyte Zealot, who is like a son to her.
Of course I'm not. But since she was close to both victims, I wanted to hear what she has to say.
Very well.
And then there's the fact that Lady Kira didn't attack Miss Inme. That probably means she isn't a rebel. No, I think she is. I think she is Kira.
This is about poor prey. I'm sorry, but I don't think I can talk about that right now.
But what about Maya? She's innocent.
Maya? I heard she was found guilty. First my dear husband, and now Pere.
Miss Inme, you don't really believe that Maya's the killer, do you?
I don't know. But that was the verdict. So what else can I believe? What am I to do?
The verdict was already reached in your husband's case. But the truth of the matter is yet to be found.
How can you be so sure?
Because I believe that Maya's innocent. That is all I have right now. My faith in her. So please, help me understand what happened.
So you're defending her based solely on faith? Even though you'll be punished for abetting the accused?
That's right.
All right then. Your faith has moved me. I will tell you what I can.
Are you sure about this, Lady Believe?
My lovely wife is also a devout follower of Koreanism. As such, she is not one to make light of another's faith. But if I find that you have lied about your faith in Maya Fey's innocence, I shall curse your entire family and all your disciples for the next 8 generations.
Hey, leave Athena and Apollo alone, buddy. Anything new? Hey...
Barbed Head, it appears you are quite fond of rummaging through the garbage.
I just thought there might be some other important piece of evidence in here.
Oh, is that right?
Look, I'm not doing this for fun, really. Doesn't look like there's anything else of note in here. Photo of the High Priest, his wife, an Alkalite Zealot, and Maya. Since Maya's in it. Wait, what the? You have a steel samurai! Wait! You could... Maya got this in exchange for a steel samurai. Wait, it's you! It must have been taken the day before the riot. I should ask Miss Enemy about it. You're the steel samurai now, knower.
To think this would be their final family photo. That no-good Maya Fey has some nerve. I mean, here she is posing with the 2 men whom she would soon kill.
I beg to differ. I see this photo as proof that she didn't kill them.
That smile of hers does not fool me. I sense a deep and abiding malice behind it.
I'll prove Maya's smile's the real deal then. Pictures of the Queen and her husband, the Justice Minister of Kurain.
Yes, my mother and my father. What do you think? Do they not possess an awe-inspiring air?
Oh, terrifying is more the word I would use.
Well,
yes, they are very awe-inspiring. By the way, that's a strap that Maya received. Would you happen to know anything about it?
it's for the Plum Punisher action hero. Of course she knows Barbed Head. It's only the most popular show in all of Korean. It would seem that the Royal Priestess is more familiar with the matter than I. What? No! I was simply advocating on behalf of the show's fans.
Can I ask you about this photo?
It was taken during the Feast of Blessings, the day before the rite was held.
The Feast of Blessings. Would you mind telling me a little more about the... How did Acolyte Zella end up living here as your husband's disciple?
About 2 years ago, while my husband was a spiritual retreat in the mountains, he came across Parade collapsed on the ground. That's when he brought me here. You were always one to help those in need, weren't you, dear?
And he's been living here ever since. About 2 years ago. That's around the same time Maya arrived in Kurain.
Yes, he was born in a poor village and had nowhere to call home. My husband felt pity for the boy, so he took him in as his disciple. But not only as his disciple, he was like a member of our family, too.
I see. This is where Acolyte Zealot lived. There might be something I could learn about him lying around here.
This photo was taken during the Feast of Blessings.
The Feast of Blessings?
Yes, it's forbidden to eat during the day of the rite, so the day before it's performed, we enjoy the dishes full of gingel, an herb known to strengthen the body and mind. You love the gingel-based dishes I make, didn't you, oh dear?
Gingo. I heard you can go 3 days without sleeping after eating some.
Yes, but many foreigners don't care for it because of its strong smell. Our customs say that these dishes can only be eaten the day before the purification rite. and only between noon and 3 p.m.
That's pretty specific. Is it because the smell's too strong?
A very good guess, indeed. Is to ensure the smell is gone by the time Lady Kira's welcome the next day.
Oh, it really is that strong. Come to think of it, the evening before the murder, an overwhelming odor was all over town. It was like a cross between garlic and mint.
After the Feast of Blessings, Hooray went over to the plaza to begin his supplication. I never thought that would be the last time I would see him.
What was Maya doing at the time?
Shortly after Hooray left, she went to the temple to prepare for the rite. I don't know what she did after that.
Okay, I first off need water.
So, Acolyte Zealot went out to pray the afternoon before the rite. According to the newspaper, on the day before the rite, the plaza was so cold the whole place had iced over.
Hooray always prayed a lot, far more than anyone I have ever known. He was a devout young man whose faith was twice as strong as others.
I don't know why, but that's kind of intimidating to me. I thought I'd have made some progress by now. I haven't come across any particularly insightful information, even here.
You seem disappointed.
Miss Enmy, is there anything else you could tell me?
Forgive me, but if I keep thinking about this too any longer... Bobhead.
Yes, I understand. Thank you for your help. I'm sorry to have troubled you.
We have paid a visit to all the people and places connected with this case. I think it is about time you prepared yourself for the inevitable, don't you?
Hey, May 11th, Detention Center. Hey, yo! Maya sure looks tired. I'm so sorry, Maya. I failed to defend you during that trial earlier today.
I'm sorry too, Nick. I never meant to get caught up in this whole mess. Even worse, I got you caught up in it too. And you were convicted under that stupid law. Nick, you should really withdraw from this case. Maybe they'll even commute your sentence if you do.
I can never abandon you like that. You might not believe me, but I'm going to pull off a win somehow.
It's not like I don't believe in you. It's just...
Don't worry. Maybe this extra day in court is a blessing from the Holy Mother. Let's use it to our advantage. We'll turn this trial inside out and upside down. You'll see.
Okay.
You're awfully quiet, Your Benevolence.
It's only a matter of time until your executions are carried out. I simply thought I would allow you to a good talk before you depart from this world.
Sorry, but we're not giving up yet. And we won't until the bitter end.
There's no need to put on a brave face. Your fates were sealed with today's verdict. Worry not of Maya Fey. The Twilight Realm will cleanse the taint from the neophyte practitioner's soul. Then perhaps the Holy Mother may finally forgive her.
Wait, was that her attempt at comforting me?
Arted, further resistance shall come to naught. Stop your desperate struggle. Accept the judgment that has been passed upon you.
She obviously doesn't know me very well.
Then perhaps your sentence will be commuted. Hold it right there, Your Benevolence. Why do you always have to be like that?
Maya, what are you...
What is the matter? I was simply showing some mercy upon your souls. Nick here is risking his life to defend me. And that is why I told you it would come to... No, it won't! Nick is just doing what lawyers are supposed to. He's defending his client no matter what. Enough! There's no place for lawyers in the Hall of Justice. For we have the divination seance. But your insights were wrong.
Oh boy, that's gotta hurt.
Don't you get it? Errors are bound to happen if your insights are accepted without question. So I ask you, Royal Priestess, what is your true duty? Do the victim's souls or the Holy Mother herself wish you to judge people under error? You dare bring her holiness' name into this! You know nothing, you phony baloney!
Please, you two, enough already.
Sorry, Nick. I got a little carried away. That's not really like me, huh?
No, I should be thanking you, Maya. It's good to have you in my corner.
Ugh, how dare you mock me so? You will not get away with this! I was a fool to show you compassion. And think I could convince you to accept your fate. So struggle all you want in the Hall of Justice tomorrow. You will receive your just deserts, as the scorn of our kingdom is heaped upon you.
I can see straight through that contorted smile on your face, you know. She may say these terrible things. It's just the way she was raised, I guess. Maya! Could you try to remember what happened one more time?
I've been trying as hard as I can, but I can't remember anything from the middle of the right onward.
Oh, right, you suddenly felt sleepy, and everything after that's a blank.
Even so, I didn't kill anyone, and I'm not the one going around dressed as Lady Kira. Although it's kind of cool to think there's a mysterious female vigilante out there.
Right. Were you close to Acolyte Zealot?
We met several times during the meetings about the Wright, but I didn't know him very well. He seemed pretty quiet.
Didn't you eat together the day before the riot?
Yeah, we ate this one super sneaky dish, but it was actually really good. I wasn't sure I'd like it, but it was love at first bite. Like, you know the salty noodles at Eldune's Noodles? It's like if you added garlic and herbs to that, and then let it simmer for a really long time.
It's more like a hot pot than ramen to me at that point.
I miss ramen too.
So what was Acolyte Zealot like when you were eating?
He seemed to be enjoying the food. But as soon as we were done, he left to go pray.
And what did you do?
Oh, I returned to the temple to prepare for the rite.
Coincides with Miss Enemy's description of events. Any ideas who might be pretending to be Lady Kira?
When the rite started, it was just me and Abbott and me.
The seance vision showed a third figure who looked like Lady Kira.
I know. Lady Kira. I wish I could have seen her in the flesh.
Yeah. Let's stay focused on the case, shall we? It was supposed to have been impossible for a third party to enter the inner sanctum.
Ah, but what if she came from the sky? You know, like that bushy-bearded paratrooper. That mountain would have been no match for Lady Kira's wings.
That's from the Plum Punisher TV show, right?
How'd you know?
Because the real Lady Kira doesn't have wings.
Oh, I've got it this time. There must be a secret room with a secret door at the inner sanctum. Do you know there are 88 secret Plum Punisher bases here in Karain?
Can we please stop talking about the Plum Punisher show for a sec, Maya?
I guess so. Keeping it real is much harder than it looks.
Well, how'd you get going now?
Sorry I wasn't any help.
Don't worry, I got this. We'll beat the charges tomorrow and be on the first plane back home before you know it. Then we'll go grab dinner at Eldune's or your favorite burger joint. You pick.
Sounds good. I think I'll get the extra large hamburger steak on egg topping on my salties. A bowl. Best of both worlds.
You can have whatever you like. First, I have to beat the charges.
I almost forgot. What is it? I have a favor to ask.
Okay, but why are you whispering?
I forgot I left something at the High Priest's house. It's super important. Would you mind getting it and holding onto it for me?
Sure, so what's the super important thing?
In my bag, you'll find a flowing book. It's only given to priestess who performs the rite. It's called the Tome of Secrets.
It does sound important. How could you leave something like that just lying around? That explains all the whispering. If Rafa found out, all hell would be broken loose.
Look, it's got Lady Kira's real name written on it, so... Oops, don't tell anyone I told you that. In fact, just forget I said anything at all. It's supposed to be a secret.
Tome of Secrets contains secrets. Imagine that.
What are you two whispering about?
Oh, nothing. It's just she forgot some, so I told her I'd go get it.
You're up to something. I just know it. Thanks, Nick. I'm counting on you.
Well, I might as well go grab that. Howdy. Hi, Priest House. Hello? Anybody home? No answer. This enemy's probably out right now. Well, I'll just get what I came for.
I'm watching you like a war barbed head. You better not steal anything.
I would never do something like that. I'm just here to get what Maya asked for.
Then get on with it.
I would if you would stop interrupting me. Sassy child. Ah, here's Maya's bag.
What is that strange patch on your bag?
It's the Steel Samurai. He's the hero of an action hero show back in my country. It's actually my favorite show. He's got all sorts of merchandise related to it.
I see. Looks strikingly similar to the Plum Punisher.
They are similar, but Steel Samurai definitely came first.
I see. How interesting.
People seems genuinely intrigued. There must be a common thread between Plum Punisher and Steel Samurai fans. Come to think of it, didn't I mention something about training with a Plum Punisher fan? But I digress. I better find out what she asked me to look for and get going. Let's see. This must be that tome of secrets that Maya was talking about. A tome given only to one who will play the role of Lady Kira in the Purification Rite.
Well, Barthead, are you finished now?
Not yet. I want to read it. The priestess acting as Lady Kira's representative must know her name. That name is Imsan. Speaking this name is unforgivable. Lock this knowledge deep in your heart and devote yourself to prayer. Imsan? Hold on a second. There's the string around it is coming undone. Whoopsie!
Oh! You fool! Do not lay eyes upon it! Put it away, quickly, before we go blind!
Relax, my hand just slipped.
This is the Tome of Secrets! Are you trying to get us cursed? Lady Kira's liable to swoop down and gouge our eyes out now!
Alright, this book is related to Lady Kira, isn't it? Your Benevolence, would you mind if I asked you some questions? I'll take that as a yes.
This is not something I'd normally speak about to an outsider such as you.
Well, can't you make an exception?
If you insist. Nana?
Yes?
What of this falling book? Yes, I see. This very important tome is bestowed upon the priestess in the Purification Rite.
Very important. What's written inside?
Yes, yes. Yes, I see. Really? Is it alright to reveal that?
Your Benevolence?
Patience, patience! The book contains Lady Kira's true name.
What's your name? Is the name really that important of a secret?
For Ines priestess, a person's name is one of the most important things to know.
What's so important about a name?
Without a name, a priestess's voice will fail to reach a person's mitama. It is much like trying to send a letter without the recipient's address. A spirit can only be identified once you know the deceased's face and name.
Oh, I get it. And it's like when you see someone in a crowd and you recognize but you don't know their name. It makes it impossible to get their attention.
Indeed. You must know a spirit's face and true name before you can commune with it. It's the same for Koreanism's most secret art, one that my mother alone may use.
Wait, are you talking about, like, the channeling? Queen has a secret art?
It is something a foreigner such as you could never hope to guess. In Koreanism, spirit channeling is a secret art that only can be performed by the queen. No one else is supposed to be able to do it.
I should pretend this is all new to me. Besides, I get the feeling she secretly really wants to tell me about it. So, what is the secret art? Yeah! Could you tell me about the secret art of the queen you spoke of?
Come again?
Oh, sorry. Maybe we shouldn't talk about this. It is a secret after all, right?
It is a secret art of spirit channeling. I suppose those words are meaningless to you.
I'm just surprised how willing you are to tell me about it. Doo-doo-doo.
Third-rate lawyers could not channel spirits simply by learning of the technique.
Third rate is a bit harsh. I'd even sell for second.
What is it? You have a look of a tentacle frog upon your face.
What the heck is a tentacle hag frog? Spirit channeling. That's where a medium lets a spirit possess her body return to our world, right?
Oh, no. I see you have done your homework.
Oh, I guess I studied a bit.
With the power of spirit channeling, one can bring back even the most ancient of spirits. It is quite a magnificent power, is it not?
I've never seen her eyes light up like this before. I think that Maya actually channels the spirit of someone during this trial, now I remember. I imagine they're pretty shocked when they come back from ancient times.
Indeed. A spirit, its memory is cut off at the moment of death.
So even a spirit that was brought back after centuries doesn't sense any gap in time between the moment of its death and the moment it is channeled.
Yes, and yet it clearly recalls all the memories it had in life. Thus, even heroes and scholars of antiquity can be channeled and directly learned from. Our queens have also used this power to help the rulers of neighboring lands seek counsel. That is why we have never been invaded, and how we have maintained our unique culture.
So spirit channeling is a really effective tool for international politics.
It is, indeed. And that is why only those with the power to channel spirits may rule over our kingdom. But of late, there have been an endless influx of illegal immigrants from neighboring lands. Fools come seeking the same great power as my mother.
Illegal immigrants.
Yes, it's becoming quite a problem. Some have lost their way in life, and look to Koreanism for their salvation. Among them are also those of dubious nature who have been driven from their own lands.
Dubious nature. Driven from their own land. Gasp and Pain definitely fit that bill. They sure aren't treating him like an illegal alien. What about your power, though? Can you channel spirits, your benevolence?
I am but the royal priestess. There is still much that I must learn. As of now, the divination seance takes me to the very limit of my ability.
So our spiritual power doesn't measure up to Maya's.
You were just mocking me in your mind, weren't you?
Don't be ridiculous.
It is written all over your face, you impudent nincompoop! Divination seance was once one of the most important roles filled by the queen. That's why my mother taught to me when I was little.
The queen can perform the dance of devotion. It'd be a sight to see.
Someday, I will be a powerful priestess and queen, just like my mother. And the divination seance is a vital part of my training to prepare me for that day.
Forget my ignorance, your benevolence.
You shall see. It will not be long before I, too, master the secret art of spirit channeling. I will be a magnificent queen, who unites her people for the greater good of Korean.
Now I see. Spirit channeling is something she really aspires to.
I'm going to ace that test and become the next master. After all, I can't let my clan and the Yar villagers down.
It looks like she actually has something in common with Maya.
Are you quite through now? There are more important things to do than to stand here and talk about spirit channeling.
That's true. Doesn't have anything to do with this case, as far as I can tell. Or does it? If the queen is a spirit medium...
Are you about to suggest that my mother was channeling Lady Kira?
Guess she saw that one coming.
Lawyers are indeed a witless breed. On the days of the Wright, my mother was engaged in other duties at the palace.
Of course.
My mother is a very busy woman, and the idea itself is preposterous. Do you truly believe the Queen of Korean would personally battle the insurgents? This is precisely what makes you third rate.
Another dead end. This is bad. Anyway, I need to continue looking for Khalid, so... Over there, after him. Don't let him escape. What?
What's all that racket?
What's going on?
What? An escaped prisoner has surfaced here in town.
Escaped prisoner? You mean the guy with the bushy beard?
There's no reason to panic. The police are on this trail.
He's no longer a suspect. He might know something, considering he was at the scene of the crime. Let's go take a look.
Wait! Wait!
He's our last hope here at this point. Oh, I see something of note. Rain. Bizarre.
Oh, my... Forgot. Like I injured it. Oh,
I need to do some stretching and exercise when I get back home. Hi, Mr. Wright.
Oh, Ah, Miss Wright!
Hey, Albie. It's terrible.
Are you right, sir?
One sec. I've seen an escaped prisoner around here.
Oh, so that's why all those police came rushing over here. I heard them saying something about an escaped prisoner disappearing in this area.
He disappeared in this area? He couldn't have taken it to the air again, could he?
Barbed Head. I told you to wait.
It's too dangerous for you around here, Your Benevolence. Mr. Airball could be lurking nearby.
What sort of princess would I be? And all it took was an escaped prisoner to frighten me.
She's fearless, I'll give her that. I can't be responsible if something happens to you. As long as I'm here, though, I might as well search the area myself. If I were an escaped prisoner, where would I hide? Well, probably the most obvious potential place imaginable. That mantle cover. It's open. Shadow!
Whoa! What is it, Shadow?
Did he sniff out someone or something in the mantle? I wonder. Could Shadow be track Mr. Airball if he had something with the Rebel's scent on it?
I don't know.
Looks like I've got something with that Mr. Airball's scent on it. Something he might have touched. I got an idea. Hey, Shadow. Never mind, I don't have... Wait. Wait! Yeah, this thing! Here, Shadow. How about this? That works. I think he's picking up a scent. Go, Shadow! You mind if I borrow Shadow for a bit?
By all means. I had no idea you could do this. Yeah, go get him, boy.
Fearless Shadow. Your Benevolence, I'm heading down this manhole now. It could be dangerous, so please wait here.
Wait,
Don't worry, I won't commit any of those misdeeds you're so worried about.
that's not what I fear. There may be a vicious insurgent lurking down there.
Oh, are you worried about me?
No, I was simply wondering why you would go to such lengths in your investigation. After all, if you would simply withdraw from this case, they might commute your sentence.
I'm doing this to prove Maya innocent.
How can you be so sure of the accused's innocence? She has already been found guilty.
Don't worry. Maybe this extra day in court is a blessing from the Holy Mother. Let's use it to our advantage. We'll turn this trial inside out and upside down. You'll see.
Okay.
I believe in her. If she says she's innocent, then that means she's innocent. Lawyers must trust in their clients to the bitter end. That's just what we do.
You lame brain. Do what you will.
Well, I'm going in. Let's go, Shadow.
Be careful.
All right, here we go.
Wait! Come back here!
It's pitch black down here.
Can't see a thing. Oh, Where the hell?
There's a spider!
What happened? Went down the manhole cover and then... Oh, you finally came too! Yep, there you are. Hey, buddy. Oh, I can remember that face anywhere. That's Airball. And that dragon symbol on his armband. That's the mark of the rebels. Can be no mistake. It's him. That's Airball.
Yikes!
Ooh, Apple. Sorry I got a little rough with you back there. Thought you were the cops. Why are you making that face? Come on, hey, want an apple? Whew, I thought he was going to kill me. I'll pass on the apple, but thanks. I don't mind a good apple, but not right now. What is this place? It's the office of my brother and I'm Dirk. But right now we're using it as a rebel at safe house. Wait, back up a sec. What kind of office is this exactly? An office! What's the house? What, really? Dirk used to be a lawyer? Yep, just like you. Ryan's public enemy #1 is an ex-lawyer? Didn't see that coming.
I don't suppose I'll be coming around here anymore.
You won't? Are you planning to flee or something?
It's just, I want to get out of the rebel business. Tired of being hounded by the cops and all. So I came by today to pick up the last of my stuff.
Really?
I'm gonna sell Dirk's info to the Minister of Justice and slip out crying.
Wait a second. You're a key person of interest in this case. You can't go running off like that.
Relax, will you? I'll tell you whatever you need to know. Oh, sorry about punching your lights out back there. My bad. So, Mr. Lawyer Man, what do you want to know?
Tell me about the murders of the High Priest Terustin and his acolyte Pere Zealot.
Sure, I'll tell you whatever I can. Don't know if I'll be much help, though. I mean, I'm not a rebel anymore, so...
I wonder how true that really is. I don't believe for a second. I love his smile. We've got a lot happening here. There's a ladder leading underground. He must have brought me in through here. There's no reason for me to leave yet. I should see what else Mr. Airball has to say. There are bowls and platters of food here. Still warm, as if all this was prepared recently. You must have a pretty big appetite, Mr. Airball.
Guys as big and strong as me? Not even big appetites, you know?
But you just fled from the police. I don't know how you could eat this much after all that excitement. Sorry if I offended you.
Oh, you didn't offend me. I just wanted an apple. But first, let's start with an appetizer.
Where is he getting those apples from? God?
Want to join me, Mr. Lawman? Got plenty of sewer lizards, too.
Thanks, but I already ate. Wait, did you say sewer lizards? You eat lizards? What's this book? Is this a law book? Dragon's Mark has been branded onto its cover.
That's Dirk's law book.
Really? Leader of the rebels. That Dirk.
That's right. And that mark of the dragon is the emblem of the rebellion.
Huh. Pages in this one section are really dirty.
Must be a section of the Defense Culpability Act.
Really? Branding it with the Defiant Dragon's Mark demonstrates the strength of Dirk's convictions. He must have done a ton of research on the Defense Culpability Act. He practically wore out the entire section. Huh. Curious. I see you're not a fan of Guran. There's a knife driven deep into the photo of the Queen. I guess the rebels really hate her. I better remember to stay on their good side. Hey, flowers. Incense and white flowers. Wait a minute. Wait, are you the one who gave the flowers? The flowers are still fresh. Must have been put here, or maybe today or yesterday. Did you put these here, Mr. Airball?
Something wrong with the flowers. I'll kill you.
Oh, no, no, no.
It's just a traditional thing here in Ukraine. Ain't no mine.
I like that he keeps brandishing his knife as if he's going to kill me, and then he just is like, you want an apple?
I got apples.
You like you like lizards? What are these hanging here? Lizards? If so, they're pretty big.
Those sewer lizards. We call them that because they live in the sewer. They grow bigger than your average lizard, which makes them fine eating.
Wait, you eat these?
What else would you do with them? Here, try one.
Pass. I'll definitely pass.
Don't miss it out on a fine treat, my man.
Somehow I think I'll live without it. What are all these photos? This looks like a photo of Dirk and his compatriots. And here's one that looks really old. Oh, it's a little baby. It's a little baby Apollo and little baby Nayuta.
Those are Dirk's son.
Huh? And there's his freaking bangle. Really? So this is the rebel Dirk in the center. Doesn't look so evil. And both of his sons look kind of familiar.
The one less is Yuri. Oh, but you knew him as Prosecutor Saamati.
So Nayuta is Dirk's son, but now I remember. Yeah, that's right. I forgot that Apollo's father is technically Dirk. Prosecutor Saamati is Dirk's son?
There he is. He was with rebel once, too. He used to really respect his old man.
both as a father and as a lawyer.
Why do you become a prosecutor?
Being a lawyer in this kingdom is the same as signing your own death warrant.
On account of the Defense Culpability Act, right?
Yeah, that's why you decided to be a prosecutor instead. He wanted to spark a revolution from the inside, so he dove right into the enemy's den.
I never would have guessed. Look at him now.
You can say that again. York is battling to change Korean's legal system. The will of the dragon spurs him on. You all thought Yuri was taking up the mantle to carry on that will too. We were sure he'd help overthrow Quran one day, but as you've seen, he now uses the law to do her bidding. Derek's been beside himself.
So he no longer carries the will of the dragon in him, huh? I wonder what happened between father and son for this to come. More importantly, though, what about the other child in the photo?
That's Derek's adopted son, but he's gone back overseas. His name's Apollo.
Apollo? Wait a sec,
It really is Apollo!
He was a rascal, that one. And his voice could shake the entire room. I imagine he's out there writing IL somewhere.
Yes, I'm sure he's doing just fine. Considering how far he's come, Mr. Airball's description really does do Paul justice. Apollo? Been watching you grow over these past 2 years. That's why I know you're ready. Why I know I can leave Trucy in the office to you. I believe in you, Apollo. Thank you. I'll be fine. Everything will be fine. He's a responsible young man now. He never lost that loud voice, though. What a curious turn of fate. You guys get electricity here? Well, evidently you do.
Yeah, but the power goes out occasionally.
It's pretty inconvenient.
You're telling me. Sometimes it goes out for the entire day.
What about the stuff in the fridge?
Why don't you see for yourself?
Forget I asked. I'm afraid of what I might find. that is a demon that I am not interested in, honestly.
Spider!
What's this thing with the dragon on it? Was it some kind of sign?
Yep, that was his business sign back when this was Dirk's office.
He used to be a lawyer, right?
Yeah, he was, but it was really long time ago. This place has seen better days, that's for sure.
Well, I hope he can put his sign back up someday.
I want to know my breath.
Bruh. Have some gosh damn faith.
Spider!
Is that coat yours, Mr. Airball?
Nah, belongs to the rebel leader Dirk.
It's pretty impressive. I like the color, too.
I'll try it on.
Really? You sure it's okay?
Of course! Then it would look great on you.
Well then, don't mind if I do.
It smells all moldy!
I can't believe you fell for it. I think it's been hanging there forever.
Note to self, don't trust this guy ever again. Wait, I've already searched here, but it never hurts to take another look around. Look at my badge!
Is this a barn gift for leaving me to the rebels?
No, you can't keep it. Well, let's ask him what I can do for now.
It's a gift for me.
He's got a big old mouth. Look at them chompers. Look at that big old smile. Bro looks like he could eat an entire pizza in one bite. By the way, you missed something.
Give me everything. Look, a photo of the dead guy. Ooh, bloody knife, just for me. Finally, I need something new to cut my apples with. Could you stop giving me stuff? My face starting to hurt from smiling so much. Please. I want to not smile.
High Priest murder. Tell me everything you know about the High Priest murder.
Well, as you know, I don't remember that much about that. Banged my head on a rock as soon as I parachuted into the air sanctum. When I told you I had nothing to do with this murder, I meant it.
Okay, and where were you when you came to after banging your head?
By the time I came to, it was already dawn. I must have been out cold the whole time.
So you didn't see the crime happen at all?
You got that right.
And why did you say so when you testified?
Oh, about that, since I didn't remember a thing, I was afraid I'd seem suspicious, so I came up with that whole story.
Does he even realize how much trouble his big fat lie has caused me?
Sorry for the trouble. It was definitely my bad.
He doesn't seem very sorry to me. So the bottom line is you were at the scene of the crime, but weren't involved in it. Got it. So Dirk used to be a lawyer?
Yep, he was a force to be reckoned with back when he was still practicing. He was a juggernaut of the law, and as mighty as a dragon. He could strike terror in the prosecutor's heart just by glaring at him. People called it his dragon's glare. You got criminals confess and pass out with a well-placed glare.
You gotta be kidding me.
But most important of all, he would never surrender. He'd fight for the accused no matter how the odds were stacked against him.
So what do you mean by the will of the dragon?
Yep, that would be it. Actually, your work in court today was mighty impressive too. You didn't give up, no matter how hard of a beating you took. Not like Dirk, I might add.
Oh, thanks. Even if a big part of that beating I took was because of you.
Well, I gotta start packing. Who knows when they might catch up with me if I don't scram soon.
Please, wait, I still need to ask you something.
Go ahead, shoot.
What are you rebels trying to do? And why were you at the Inner Sanctum in the first place? You aren't leaving until you answer me. Why were you at the Inner Sanctum on the day of the murder? Or more precisely, what were you trying to do there?
I was trying to escape from prison, that's all. That high priest was a fool for getting and taken in by Dirk. He should try hightailing it out of crime like I'm doing.
You're lying. Airball. Ah, he's been real difficult. Cyclops. Mr. Airball's hiding something. I won't know exactly what until I can undo the locks. What exactly are you trying to hide, Mr. Airball?
Huh? I'm not hiding anything. No way, no how.
I'll just have to use my Magatama on him then. Guess we're doing this the hard way then.
Take that!
Time to see the truth. So, that's plan. I'm going to ask you again. Why were you at the Inner Sanctum on the day of the murder? Or more precisely, what were you trying to do there?
You can keep asking, but the answer's still the same. I was trying to escape from prison, that's all. But that priest was a fool. He fell for Dirk's line and sold his own country out.
How can you say such a thing about him? He helped you escape, didn't he? Don't you even care about what happened to him?
Nope, I was getting out of the rebellion anyway. He should have opened his eyes. We never stood a chance against the Garan regime.
Hang on. Do you really believe what you just saying? Didn't the High Priest's death really hurt you on the inside?
Like I just said, I can care less about the whole thing.
I beg to differ. This wouldn't be here in this room if you didn't feel thing.
Take that!
The flowers. I heard that these flowers were offered in memory of the dead here in Kurain. The High Priest's death hit you hard, so you've been grieving here alone, haven't you? Well?
Those flowers don't mean anything. It's just a Kurain's way of saying goodbye.
Why hide the fact that you're mourning his death?
You're reading into this too much. I told you, I'm done with the rebellion. I haven't even heard from Dirk or the rest of them for a few days. And tomorrow I'm planning to kiss this kingdom goodbye.
No, I know you've been in contact with the rebels lately.
And how exactly do you plan on proving that?
This piece of evidence ties you to the other rebels. Is it this?
Take that!
I found this prayer flag at the Plaza of Devotion. You wrote a message on it and left it behind for your fellow rebels, didn't you? They brought this food for you at your request. So you're lying about leaving the rebels. You're still involved with Dirk and the rest of them, aren't you? Are you ready to tell me the truth now?
Oh, you're good, Mr. Lawyer Man. I admit it. I requested the grub. But I was just taking advantage of him, that's all.
What do you mean?
With my face plastered all over the place, I couldn't stay out in the open anymore. So, I just took advantage of my former comrades from grub. I play hard. I was gonna kiss this kingdom goodbye tomorrow.
I'm not buying it. You're obviously lying, and I can just tell by looking at you. The white-hot flames of revolution definitely still burn hot inside you.
What? That's ridiculous. Those flames burned out a long time ago.
This proves that the flames of revolution still burn on inside you.
Take that!
Dirk's law book? I'm no lawyer, so what's that got to do with me?
Look at the mark branded onto the cover. This marks that stands for an unwavering commitment to the revolution. It is Dirk's way of representing the will of a dragon.
Yeah? So what of it?
You have that same mark on the scarf tied around your left arm. But you wouldn't be wearing that if you were no longer a rebel.
I forgot to take it off. That's all.
No, as a wanted man, that should have been the first thing you took off. The fact that you haven't pinned that mark yet proves you're still a rebel.
Think what you want, but you don't know nothing about me.
No, you're wrong. You wear your heart and your beliefs right on your sleeve, just like me. And this is what I believe in.
Take that!
When a person's back is against the wall, they always fall back on what they believe in. Just as I have always had my badge, you always have the will of a dragon with you.
Would you risk your life for your beliefs?
No, I wouldn't.
No?
No, because I wouldn't be much use to my client's dead. Now admit it. You've never once thought about leaving the Defiant Dragons, have you?
The look in your eyes. It's just like Dirk's. Looks like you've got the will of the dragon inside of you, too.
Yep. Ready to start actually talking? What is your plan, Airball?
I planned to take you out if you turned out to be on the side of the Royals. But I think I can trust you.
I can't believe I was that close to getting shanked here.
It's like you said. I have no intention of leaving Dirk's group.
In other words, you were testing me.
You're a foreigner, and a lawyer has been charged with abetting a criminal to boot. And I've seen a fair share of lawyers get pardoned after weeping at the feet of the Queen.
Well, I'm going to keep fighting till the very end.
Yeah, I can see that now. Sorry I ever doubted you.
So, what are you doing here anyways?
I came to get the secret hideout key from Alper.
A secret hideout?
Yep, I was supposed to get my next order from Dirk there. But the town's swarming with cops thanks to that murder. Nothing I can do about that.
What about the order Dirk was supposed to give you?
Gonna have to abort that mission. Now I'm just lying low, waiting for a chance to make contact with Dirk again.
Hey, why the long face? I thought you'd be able to tell me something about the High Priest murder.
Sorry to disappoint you. Oh, I know. Let me make it up to you with this.
What is it?
This orb is actually a key. It opens the door to one of our secret hideouts.
Wait! I know exactly where it is then.
I can't say any more than that. Anyway, I hope it helps.
This orb is a key?
Yep! Plus, the hideout's in a totally unexpected location. And being that super secret, we couldn't have just any ordinary key.
I see. I know where to go. Maybe this will help me unravel the truth behind this case. Thanks.
Don't mention it. Besides, your fellow brother in arms find the powers that be. If it'll help you, feel free to pick up my brain a bit more.
Well, let me hear about Lady Kira then.
Everyone's been talking about the return of Lady Kira lately.
Well, my friend Maya is suspected of being the rebel hunter disguised as Lady Kira. You wouldn't happen to know who she really is, though, would you?
Beats me. Whoever she is, she's bushwhacked me and hauled me off to jail. Even worse, on top of attacking us and delivering us to the cops, she's been watching us like a hawk and framing us for different crimes.
Watching you like a hawk? Framing you for crimes? Why would anyone go through all that trouble?
Our kingdom likes to pretend that people are free to think what they want. Because of that, the authorities can't arrest you just for sympathizing with the rebellion. So, they resort to framing people for things they didn't do.
And that Lady Kira figure is...
Yep, she's just some lick spittle working for the Grand regime.
wow.
Even without the DC Act, Dirk and his insurgent scum buddies' days are numbered.
What's that supposed to mean?
Just to say, I got a little trick up my sleeve. So I'd watch if I were you. So you got a defined attitude, like one of them dragon dupes.
So he was talking about Lady Kira then.
Advanced combat skills, detailed surveillance, and clever setup skills. She's no amateur if you ask me.
So you're saying the monarchy is using Lady Kira to secretly take out the rebels?
Exactly. The Grand regime is using her to control the people, even down to what we think.
Why don't the people protest that the monarchy is doing things like that?
Fortunately, we don't have any conclusive evidence. Without that, we can't prove anything.
I know the feeling. If I bring this up in court, they'd probably just dismiss it out of hand. I'll have to unmask Lady Kira if I want to get anywhere. What's the goal?
Our goal? To get rid of that evil, no-good Defense Culpability Act.
I can tell just by looking at Dirk's law book.
DC Acts turned this kingdom into a corrupt cesspool. The false charges are overlooked, and our prosecutors are the only ones heard in court. It's been 23 years since it was first enacted.
What happened 23 years ago to make them pass such a terrible law?
The assassination of Queen Amara. That's where it all began.
Really?
It happened before I was even born, but Queen Amara, the previous queen, was assassinated. And it was the rebel leader Dirk who did it.
Dirk assassinated the former queen, didn't he?
That's the official line, but...
The official line?
Those charges were completely trumped up. Dirk was framed, I'm telling you.
He was.
Plus, Dirk was a lawyer. Once the people thought a lawyer killed the queen, they turned against all lawyers. And that's how the DC Act was first passed.
So that's why there aren't any lawyers left in Kurain.
Even worse, it changed the significance of the divination seance.
Significance of the divination seance? They were holding seances in court even before the DC Act?
You bet they were. Lawyers and prosecutors used to hotly contest the insights that came out of seances.
You mean like what I've been doing?
Right. It's like Dirk used to say. The royal priestess insights are just another piece of evidence.
Right. I see what you mean about the significance of the divination seance changing.
Yep. The insights became the only truth, and the argument against them was banned.
As royal priestess, it is my duty to reveal the truth through the divination seance. This time, I will prove that the insights I glean thereof are the very truth itself. Prepare yourself, for this shall be your last trial, and your last rites. Tomorrow shall end with you under the headsman's axe.
From what I've seen, Rafa would agree with that.
This kingdom's a shadow of its former self. It's become a dictatorship where the royals use the fear of trumped-up charges to rule.
And that's what Dirk's been rebelling against.
Yep. All he wants is to live in a kingdom with a fair and impartial legal system. And there's only one way to make that come true. Overthrow the current regime.
So that's the truth behind the rebels.
Well, PW, my friend, it's about time for me to get going. After all, I am the fangs of the Divine Dragon.
Hey,
Power stance! Activate! That's airball!
You're not going to do that alley-oop thing again, are you?
I was just getting to that. See you when I see you. Alley-oop!
Why does he have to jump like that before running off? Well, I guess we're friends now. But enough about that. I've already spent way too much time here. May 11th, Kurain Bazaar. Hello. I'm alive. Hello. Phew. Finally got out of there.
Mr. Wright! I'm so glad you're okay. I was so worried about you.
Shadow. What happened to him anyway?
He came out of the mantle about 5 minutes after you went in. Sorry he wasn't much help. Well, did you find anything of worth?
Oh, I tripped and fell down there.
I must have been out cold for a while. I better keep things to myself for now.
I figured as much.
I have to find that secret hideout Mr. Airball was talking about. I should probably start with the places that have something to do with the High Priest. I know exactly where we're going. Back to the top. That statue right there is missing an eye.
Barbed Head, you already searched here, did you not?
Oh, I just thought I'd look around again, you know, in case I missed something. Probably shouldn't tell her I'm looking for a secret rebel hideout. We have a saying back home, leave no stone unturned.
Oh, yes. You cannot stump me. I know that one.
Actually, I don't have a clue is written all over your face. Anyways, regardless, let me see that statue. It's a statue of a bird. Guess I'll take a closer look. Let's put in the eye. Hey, this eye is missing.
What are you doing? You must not touch that for no reason.
Sorry. But that shape... I wonder...
Take that!
Open up. I knew it! Bingo. Hey, Rafa! She must be at a loss for words, and that doesn't happen too often. So, Rafa, we found another way of a third person entering.
What is this place? Explain yourself at once, Barbed Head.
I don't think she's ready for the full story. I don't really know much myself, but it seems to be a secret rebel hideout. If I'm shocked there's a secret door here, I imagine that goes double for Rafa.
A rebel hideout in the inner sanctum. Somebody will pay for this.
Well, for now, I think I'll have a look around.
Wait, you must not enter before the police.
Don't worry, I won't disturb anything. At least I'll try not to. Besides, with you watching over me, it should be fine, right? And, you see...
Fine. Just please stop pleading your case. I can only stand so much lawyerly dribble. But I will be presenting all information gleaned from your efforts here to the police.
Of course. Now, shall we?
I will go no further.
Oh, right. You're not supposed to come in with contact with the Tainted Lady Kira's battles.
Very good, Barbed Head. I commend you for remembering.
Oh, thank you. Wait, why am I thanking her?
I may not be able to enter, but I will allow no misdeeds on your part. I will be watching you like a warbod from the entrance here.
I told you I'm not going to do anything. Better hurry before she changes her mind. The rebel hideout. What? What is going on in here?
I believe this is to be a sacred space that enshrines this source of the spring water.
That makes sense. The rebels must have converted it into a secret hideout. But what about that revolving door? I wonder if that too was originally intended to hide and protect the sacred space.
To think those filthy rebels were scheming their schemes in this most sacred space. It's a desecration upon Koreanism itself. The defiant dragons will pay for this.
I suppose it's only natural that she'd be upset. The investigation must go on. I think I'll start by taking a picture of this place. Good thing I brought a camera to snap some souvenir shots. Whoop.
Stop that! You must not take photos here without permission.
Girl's really fired up. She's sticking her head in as far as it will go. I guess she won't be tainted as long as she doesn't touch anything. Oh, secret rebel hideout. It was literally built into the sanctum. Now, search every nook and cranny.
Barbed Head, just because it's hard for me to see your every move, do not use that as an excuse to touch and break things.
I heard you the first time. Sheesh. Well, I've already noticed something of intrigue. Why is there blood? What's this? Bloodstain? I should probably try to figure out what's happening here.
Do not tamper with any evidence before the police arrive.
The police? Hey, that reminds me. Emma gave me something for times like these. Luminol!
I thought it might help. Here, it's all yours. I wanted to bring you a bunch of other forensic tools, but they were confiscated at the airport.
Luminal testing fluid. This actually might come in handy. Luminal testing fluid glows in reaction to even the tiniest traces of blood. So it can even detect areas where blood has been wiped. It might help us figure out what happened in here. Okay, time for some science to do its thing. First, let me put these red tinted glasses on to see the luminals glow. And then I just press space wherever I want to spray it. Will react by turning blue. Aha! This is a huge bloodstain. Something big must have happened here.
Perhaps the High Priest's blood flowed in from here from under the Warbot statue.
There was definitely a lot of blood here. But it's impossible to say how much else at this point. I'll just take a picture for now. Oh, right. Luminal reactions don't show up in photos. I'll just have to take some note. That should do it. I didn't notice before, but the bloodstain looks like it was smeared away in one place. Is it because there was a Warbot revolving door passed over it? Looks like an order from Dirk.
What's this? Let me see that.
I thought you're not supposed to touch anything in here.
This is an exception. Now hand it over. Let's see here. Oh, Holy Mother.
What? What does it say?
It's an order intended for the rebel named Dots. It reads, after the Wright, infiltrate the palace under the guise of returning Lady Kira's costume. In search for clues about that incident from 23 years ago. Dirk.
23 years ago. It must mean the assassination of Queen Amara. Wonder what the rebels are up to. It's intriguing and all, but it doesn't seem related to the case at hand.
This will not do. I must warn my mother at once.
No need to do that. This order will never be carried out. Lady Kira's costume is still here, and avid enemy is no longer able to aid the rebels.
I knew that.
Sure you did. Weapons galore. Weapons, and lots of them too.
We are lucky we found them before they could be used. Excellent work, Barbed Head.
Oh, thanks. If the rebellion ever happens, I hope it's bloodless. Guns. Many a gun. Defiant dragons.
How dare those filthy insurgents raise their banner amid such a sacred space? Barbed Head, you must burn it at once.
Didn't you tell me not to touch or damage anything?
This is an exception. Very well. If you will not do it, then I will.
But your benevolence, I thought you're not supposed to come in here.
Yeah.
For once, strange customs in this kingdom are working in my favor. There's something under the banner. Microphone? What's this doing here? Is someone trying to record something with it? Surely that won't come back to haunt me. Look!
What is it, Barbed Head?
It's Plum Punisher Clock.
Why, I believe it's a limited edition promotional item given to 50 lucky viewers. This rare item plays the Plum Punisher's theme song every hour. Hand it over now, Barbed Head.
She snatched it away from me! I don't know what she says, Rafa's definitely a huge fan.
What a fine item. And the Switch, if I'm right.
It's the Plum Punisher theme song.
Yes, now I see. The insurgents who use this room must be Plum Punisher fans.
That may be so, but I don't see how it's relevant to this case. There's a Plum Punisher calendar here.
Ah, now I understand. The villains in the Plum Punisher are based on the insurgents. Watching the show must have roused their ire against Lady Kira.
I doubt that's it. Lever! The statue door rotates when you pull this chain.
I see. You must shut the door and destroy its mechanism. that will deprive the insurgents of access to this place.
Well, wouldn't that trap me in here as well?
Not to worry, I would come to visit you once in a year.
He's actually serious. Damn you. So this is the water source that supplies the Inner Sanctum Spring. It flows through the channel built into the floor before heading outside.
Lady Kira's used this sacred water to wash the taint of battle from her body.
It's also not red like the water in the spring. A large stone slab. It's shaped like a Magatama. It looks rather unstable. I bet I'd trip over in an earthquake. Huh? What's that earthy grass-like smell?
It's the smell of the moss that covers the stone.
Oh, so the shaggy green stuff is moss. Gotcha. Huh? Looks like some of the moss is about halfway up has been disturbed. I wonder why that is. One quick touch can't hurt, right? Whoa! Slab's starting to wobble.
What is happening? What have you done to the sacred space?
Nothing. All I did was nudge it a little. I knew it looked unstable. Probably best not to touch it again. Well, I think that covers about everything here.
Oh, hey! Mr. Wright, you shouldn't have come in here before the police.
Sorry, but I was in a hurry. I didn't do anything I wasn't supposed to. Her benevolence can attest to that.
It is your fault for being so slow. I expect the police to work faster and more efficiently.
Sorry.
Well, Barbed, have you not already seen enough?
I guess it's about time I got back to the temple and go over everything I've learned. Are we about to finally start the case? Soon? May 11th, Temple.
Welcome back, Mr. Wright. How'd it go?
Unfortunately, I didn't find anything conclusive.
No way. I do not understand, Barbed Head.
What don't you understand?
Why you did not commit any misdeeds during your investigation. After all, lawyers ply their trade primarily through illicit means and methods.
What? Who told you that?
My mother. Are you saying she was wrong? No, that cannot be. You must have committed some sort of misdeed right under my nose.
If that were so, she wasted her whole day following me around.
What is it? Prosecutor Satamati has need of me.
What's going on?
I must go perform a divination seance for Perez Zealot. It's our custom for the prosecution to review its contents before our trial begins.
I see.
The third time will be the charm. My insights will finally bring you to your knees tomorrow. And I will teach you, that neophyte practitioner, a lesson.
Looks like the Royal Priestess is back with a vengeance. She's made a full recovery from when we started the investigation earlier today. I look forward to seeing you in court, Your Benevolence.
Your overconfidence will be your downfall. You will not look so confident when I am finished with you tomorrow.
Actually, I'm not really looking forward to seeing her tomorrow. Especially without any solid evidence.
Why don't we go over everything you know so far?
Alright, let's see here. So, Acolyte Zealot was killed during the rite with Lady Kira's dagger, and Maya's fingerprints were found on it.
That doesn't sound very good.
I know. It's the very definition of being up a creek without a paddle. The day before his murder, Zealot enjoyed a meal with the High Priest, his wife, and Maya. I also learned about spirit channeling here in Kurain.
None of that sounds very helpful.
Oh, but I did hear something interesting. That the rebel hunting Lady Kira might be working for the Justice Minister.
What? Really?
Our kingdom is supposed to be ruled through fair and faith and laws.
We can't allow the people to be controlled by fear and violence.
Albie, that sounds like something a rebel would say.
It does. But if that Lady Kira really is one of the Minister Inga's subordinates, how to exonerate Miss Maya?
Unfortunately, I have no way of proving it in court.
Oh, that's too bad.
Oh, I almost forgot about the secret rebel hideout we found at the Inner Sanctum. There was a bloodstain inside, but I don't know if or how it's connected to this case, though.
Wow, a secret room at the Inner Sanctum? How would it be a huge hit with tourists?
This kid really isn't an entrepreneur at heart.
What I mean is that the hideout could be important to your case.
Maybe, but it's still too early to tell. Ugh, it looks like I'm heading into court without any useful evidence.
We'll just have to pray something appears during tomorrow's trial.
Princess Rafa's divination seance might be my only hope. There could be some new information in it that might help.
The divination seance? But I thought it was always works against the accused.
Not always.
Right, it's like Turk used to say. The royal priest's insights are just another piece of evidence.
Really? I never heard anyone say that before. It's hard to figure you out sometimes, sir.
Divination seances work both ways for the Defense Culpability Act. It's only now that the people of Khura'in find it strange.
Mr. Wright, I just wanted to say good luck tomorrow.
Thanks. I can't afford to lose this next one. I've collected all sorts of information, but I haven't even started connecting the dots. If I could do that, I might have a shot pulling off a win. Rafa's insights will be the deciding factor. It's a huge gamble, but it's all I've got.
I'm feeling lucky.
Let's save, and let us begin the trial. This will probably be the final day. No. May 12th, 9:34 a.m. High Court of Khura'in. Accused lobby. Ready to get this over with? Maya looks exhausted, but I can't blame her.
Nick, I was thinking about all day yesterday. I never properly asked you to defend me, did I?
Doesn't matter. I'm on this case till the bare end.
I know. That's why I wanted to officially ask you for your help.
You got it, Maya. Let's do this. We gotta wrap this up and get back home so you can make your dream show come true. The Steel Samurai versus the Plum Punisher, right?
You bet.
Hey,
You look as if you did not sleep last night, Barbed Head. It's written all over your face. How can you expect to put up a respectable defense like that?
I'm all fired up. I'm raring to go. I guess Maya's not the only one looking exhausted. Huh? Rafa doesn't seem the best of spirits herself.
Go ahead. Feign confidence now while you're still able. For I will see to it that your last rites are read to you this day.
You got a pretty bad win rate so far, my fair lady. I guess it was just my imagination.
Ready, Nick?
Okay, Maya, let's head on in. Time to blow this system out of the water. I will say, if I have to watch if it asks me to watch the seance dance one more time, I'm probably going to skip it, admittedly. It is a bit too long for my taste. If it's the same every time, then I'm going to skip it. And they give an option too. Well then, if everyone is ready, the defense is ready, Your Majesty.
The prosecution is ready. Let us begin without further delay.
Oh, no prayers this time, Prosecutor Salamati.
I already offered my prayers for the latest victim during my visit to the crime scene. Being that the accused has already been found guilty of the first murder, let us hasten this trial so we may put this dead lawyer walking out of his misery.
I could not agree more. In yesterday's trial, the accused was already found guilty of murdering the High Priest. And today, she will be tried for the murder of his disciple, Pure Zealot. Now then, Prosecutor Salamati, your opening statement, if you would.
Certainly.
I can't wait to see you break down today.
The accused has now slain two of the most devout clergymen in the Khura'inism. Even the lowest level of hell, the hell of tickling, would not be enough punishment for you.
Then, what terrible fate awaits her?
Non-existence. Bagil Pokin, on El, a realm of eternal agony. There she will suffer the endless punishment of Yeagar by the Agloon of Pulmonton. Furthermore,
Enough!
My blood runs cold at the mere thought that such a terrible place exists. I was going to ask for a translation, but on second thought, ignorance is bliss. Now then, please continue my support about the terrible hell awaiting the accused.
As you wish. The victim of this heinous crime was a high priest disciple, Pere Zealot. He had been training under the high priest while living at the priest's home.
I had met him a number of times, and he seemed like an earnest young man. How tragic that he met such a terrible end.
The murder occurred at the Plaza of Devotion during the purification rite. It was a bold crime carried out while the plaza was full of the faithful deep in prayer. The Wallbard dagger was found impaled in the victim's upper back. The stabbing caused a spinal cord injury that killed him instantly.
Ah, the Wallbard dagger. Lady Kira's weapon of choice.
We have already established that the accused's prints were on the weapon. Incredibly damning evidence in itself.
No, I didn't do it.
Objection!
Hold your tongue. Now, being that the accused Maya Fey is a serial killer, the prosecution believes that the death penalty is the only possible sentence.
Would the defense care to respond? The accused is innocent, and nothing can convince me otherwise. After all, the crime scene was packed with worshippers. How could my client possibly have committed this murder without a single witness?
Stubborn to the end. The accused's fingerprints on the murder weapon alone is enough to render a verdict. As such, I see no need to debate this any further. But
Well, once her benevolence conducts a seance, it will be clear for all to see.
Your Majesty, might I have a word?
Is something the matter, Prosecutor Salmati?
It is about the divination seance.
Ah, whoa, what the? Your benevolence?
Stop right there, Prosecutor Salmati.
As you wish. Forgive me for overstepping my bounds.
What was that all about? I think I know why. I think he knows. He knows that something's weird about the divination seance, and that it's gonna prove Maya innocent in the long run.
Barbed Head, have you made peace with your fate? For this time, the divination seance will bring you to your knees.
I'm ready, and I accept your challenge. The only problem is I have no weapons at my disposal. Our only hope now is that what we can glean from the seance vision and Rafa's insights. Very well. The divination seance, if you please, your benevolence.
Yes. Let us begin. Nena? Free me. Yoink.
What?
Oh, holy, let the eye, oh, down, so that
I'm sorry, we've seen this many. I'm so sorry, Rafa. We have seen this plenty of times now. Let's just cut to the chase. So. Excuse you? What? I'm sorry? What? I don't get it. Why wasn't there anything to see? Your benevolence. What in the world?
I was unable to evoke any sort of response. I called out the spirit's name many times, but to no avail.
Just as I thought.
Wait, what does he know? Oh, that we don't.
I sought to confirm the contents of today's divination seance. After all, it's customary for the prosecutor to verify it beforehand.
Come to think of it.
I must go perform a divination seance for Pere Zealot. It's our custom for the prosecution to review its contents before a trial begins.
And that is why I sought to stop her benevolence from performing it right here. However, she insisted that it be done. She wished to try one more time here in the Hall of Justice.
It would appear her benevolence is tired from her manifold duties.
I am not anything of the sort. The victim's spirit will not answer my call, but I know not why. It is my sacred duty to convey the truth through the divination seance.
Rafa, what are we to do with our divination seance?
I suppose I shall have to deliver the last rites without them. The prosecution has already taken that into account when preparing for today. I am fully capable of proving the accused's guilt, with or without the divination seance.
You never fail to impress, Prosecutor Salamati.
This is bad. The divination seance was my one and only hope. Your Majesty, her benevolence said she isn't tired. So, shouldn't we try to find out why the divination seance failed?
How curious, Mr. Wright. Why have you suddenly taken such a keen interest in the divination seance?
Yes, explain yourself. The divination seance is for shedding light on the accused's crimes. It's the Holy Mother's hammer of wrath that has ever poised to pound you into your grave. You should fear it, not plead for it.
I believe in my client. Plus, yesterday, somebody told me something that changed my mind. The divination seance was once thought of as just yet another piece of evidence. If we were to correctly interpret the visions through careful analysis, then they would lead us to the truth behind what really happened. And the truth will show that my client, Maya Fey, is innocent.
The truth is, you don't have anything else to fall back on it, huh, Nick?
Maya, please, you're not helping.
How dare you! The voice of me Tom is to be feared, not utilized by vile lawyers such as you.
Seances exact a heavy toll upon the royal priestess. It would be best not to burden her any further. But does the defense feel that it can pose no counter-arguments without the seance?
Oh, of course not. It's all right there, me.
I'll have to find a way to make the divination seance happen, or we're toast.
Well, since the divination seance is not possible at this time, I see no other choice. Let's proceed with the trial without the seance, as Prosecutor Salamati suggested.
Thank you, Your Majesty.
Why, I will not forgive this, Bobhead. This will not be the last you see of me.
Now then, I will now proceed by providing an outline of the case at hand.
Very well. If the lead detective would come to stand, please, we may begin.
Sorry, Mr. Wright. Detective Sky, I understand how you would wish to save the accused in the defense. They are your friends, after all. But you must let them go and move on.
But
there's only one way to save them now, by giving their souls a chance to burn away the taint of their sins in the infernal flames.
I can't do this.
No eating in the Sacred Hall of Justice!
Stop her.
Miss Sky. Yes? Don't worry about me and Nick. You just do your job. I'm sure Nick will figure something out, eventually.
I've been through worse, Emma. You should know this by now.
Right. Thanks, Miss Fey.
How very brave for a criminal with a tainted soul. Very well, Detective Sky. Please proceed.
Okay, I can do this. Let me start with an overview of this case.
All right, let's get to it. Witness testimony. Overview of the second murder.
The latest victim was Pere Zealot. He had been training under the High Priest and living at his house for the past 2 years. The High Priest's widow, Edo Belib Enmi, has identified the victim's body. He may have been mistaken for a rebel and killed due to his connection to the High Priest.
I see. Well, that certainly makes sense. Would the defense care to respond?
I didn't spot any inconsistencies in her testimony so far, and I don't have any evidence in my arsenal. What am I going to do now?
What is it, Maya?
I was just wondering about how much the police actually looked into Acolyte Zealot. Because it just might prove to be the key of why the divination seance failed.
What are you getting at?
Well, it's just a hunch.
Wait! You don't think that his name is being incorrectly chosen? Wait a sec. During my investigation, Rafa told me about how the divination seance works. If I could figure out why it failed, maybe she could try it again. Okay, time to press for some more information. It's his name, isn't it? His name's actually not actually Pere Zealot.
If I can prove that, we can get a seance.
Hold it!
What kind of person was Acolyte Zealot?
According to the neighbors and others who knew him, he was a deeply devout youth.
I too have heard his name mentioned as one who was a fervent practitioner. I suppose you might say he was the High Priest's star disciple.
Furthermore,
he had been training under the High Priest and living at his house for the past 2 years.
Hold it!
2 years. Are you sure about that?
we took statements from his neighbors and his fellow monks. They all corroborate our initial findings.
What about you, Maya?
Well, when I first came here, I saw Zealot praying under the High Priest's instruction.
I see. So the results of the police investigation seem to check out. The High Priest's widow, Believe in Me, has identified the victim's body. How, may I ask? Was Miss In Me's positive ID the only way you verified the identity of the victim?
Huh? Well, no. We also checked the ID card he carried and the data in the family registry. But
what?
his personal information didn't match any of the public records we cross-referenced.
Maybe that's why the divination seance failed.
I'm not sure what you mean, Mr. Wright.
Here's what I'm thinking. I think Prazel's a fake name. The victim decided to hide his identity for some reason. In other words, he was using a fake name. The royal priestess uses a deceased face and true name to summon their spirit.
Why, yes, that is indeed true.
If he was using a forged ID and there's no mention of him in our public records, then he was likely an illegal immigrant. They are not uncommon here in Kurain. An illegal immigrant? Come to think of it, Rifa mentioned something about immigrants yesterday.
If that's the case, we have no way of knowing who he really is. We'll have to proceed without holding a divination seance this time.
I'd always thought the Acolyte Zealot was Kurainese. Oh, how the High Priest must be lamenting his disciples' deception in the Twilight Realm. Well, Miss Wright, what do you think? Should we add this testimony? Add it, please. I think there is a way of identifying this man. Add to the testimony. It would seem to be a fact most inconvenient for the defense. But if you insist, Detective Sky, please add what you said.
Yes, Your Majesty.
He was an illegal immigrant, so we don't know his real name. I'm gonna try it. I don't think he was an illegal immigrant, honestly. At the very least, something doesn't add up if he is.
Objection!
Why does he have a tat? Sorry, Detective Sky. But the police missed something important in their investigation.
Huh? What are you talking about?
The victim was undeniably a Kuranese native. And this crime scene photo proves it. It does? It's a little hard to see, but look closely. You'll see clear proof that the victim was Kuranese.
Where? I don't see anything that would prove that.
This proves the victim was Kuranese. One peach.
Take that!
Look at this tattoo right here. Why, that's a tattoo of a peach. I would like you all to think about the meaning of this tattoo.
Oh, the victim really liked peaches?
Well, peaches are a favorite delicacy here in Kurain.
They happen to be a personal favorite of mine.
The sweetness of their abundant nectars and the softness of their perfectly ripe flesh. They are a blessing from the Holy Mother herself.
Nick, I've suddenly got a craving for peaches.
This is not what I intended, Maya. After the trial, Maya, right now we have bigger fish to fry. Anyways, unfortunately, that is not a tattoo of a peach.
It's not a peach, you say? Then what is it?
Take a closer look. Oh my gosh, it's upside down. Haven't you seen something like that before? Namely the tattoo on the High Priest's brow. Oh my! This mark is only borne by members of the Kuranese clergy.
Objection!
So that is what you believe it to be. But are they not utterly different shapes? Sure, they're shaped differently, but there's a reason for that. The victim had the peach-shaped tattoo inked over an existing tattoo for some reason. However, the dark red portion is exactly the same as the mark all Kuranese clergy bear.
You're right.
Until about 20 some odd years ago, everyone did get one, did they? I myself bear one on my right. That is entirely too much information, Your Majesty. Shut up. Information on everyone who enters the clergy is maintained at the temple. All we have to do is look up a monk with a mark on the same spot.
I'm on it. I'll let you know if I get any hints.
That will not be necessary. If you seek information on the clergy, I've got it right here. I have it all right here.
Oh my, you never cease to amaze me. How are you reading that entire scroll? So tell us, is there anyone who fits the bill?
Let's see. There's just one. And his name is Nemu. He became a monk 20 years ago. Huh. Let's try it. And that must be the victim's real name.
But why would he have tried to cover up his tattoo with another one?
Yeah, there must have been some reason.
Nick, it's not important right now. The important thing is we know his real name.
Right. I demand a divination seance. Your Majesty, now that we know the victim's real name, divination seance may finally work.
A lawyer who willingly seeks a seance? This is entirely unprecedented.
You are but digging your own grave, Defense. We won't know until we try. Sure, it's risky, but it's our only hope.
Very well. Let the divination seance be held once more.
Why would a lawyer work so hard to see the divination seance be held once more? You are a fool, Barbed Head, and your foolishness shall yield no gratitude from me. But with the truth revealed by my insights, I shall gladly seek your demise.
Bring it on, Princess. Because I will correctly interpret each and every one of your insights.
You will regret ever thinking you could use my sacred insights as evidence.
Let's find out.
Oh,
We are not
holy,
doing
let
this
the
again.
so that we may.
We are not doing it again. Stop it. Just cut to the chase.
Alright, now we can do the cool thing. Alright, so. Bingo. Plum Punisher theme? Heavy. Pain. I'm sorry, Plum Punisher theme? Why was the Plum Punisher theme playing?
Oh my. It is just as Mr. Wright surmised. Praise Zealot wasn't the victim's real name. And now at least we have seen the victim's final moments.
But all we could see was the ground. You seem terribly disappointed. I take it you did not find any fodder for one of your infamous turnabouts? I, on the other hand, have discovered something. Conclusive evidence that establishes the accused's guilt. You did?
A most surprising surprise attack. So, tell us, Prosecutor Salamati, what is this conclusive evidence you have found?
The Plum Punisher theme song that deceased heard. Please consider this item here. It was confiscated from the accused during her interrogation.
Hey, that's my Plum Punisher strap!
When you press the Magatama on the Plum Punisher's belt, Wait. I remember, I think, how this is going. It seems the accused inadvertently pressed the button in the midst of her crime. This strap is an extremely rare item. Is it not, Miss Faye?
You better not break it. It's the only one of those in the whole wide world.
Maya, no!
It is just as I said. Your flights of fancy have come crashing down on you.
Sure seems to be enjoying this. Yeah, I've never seen her look so thrilled before either.
It's time to accept the fact that the divination seance is far more than mere evidence. It is very much the truth that brings the hammer of justice down upon the accused.
This is conclusive evidence as it gets. Now then, there are no further objections.
Objection!
I have a right to look at it.
Slow down there, Your Majesty. At least let me make a counter-argument.
What's this? You take issue with the divination seance?
Oh, I have issues with it. I just don't know what they are yet. That's never stopped me before. The divination seance is not the absolute truth. It only becomes the truth after it's been interpreted correctly.
You do not know when you're beaten, do you foolish lawyer? I'm the only one who speaks for the Mitama the deceased. If you believe there are to be errors in my insights, then let us see or prove it.
I think I know what the problem is. That's not the Plum Punisher theme song. It's something completely different, technically.
The victim was offering up his prayers. It was the night of the rite. Though it's dark, the pattern on the plaza's ground was visible. Then someone was there, and the theme song to the Plum Punisher was filled the air. The accused held the defense until his victim down and plunged her knife into his neck. The blade struck true, and in that instant he departed from this world. That is everything the deceased experienced in his final moments.
Her benevolence's insights have painted a detailed picture, both vivid and true.
I didn't notice any holes there. As they stand now, those insights are really stacked against us. We'll just have to go over each and every one of the deceased sensations very carefully. Fine-tooth comb this thing.
Offering up his prayers. It was the night of the rites. Though it's dark, the patterns on the plaza's ground was visible. Well, first off, let's save. The accused held the defenseless victim down and plunged her knife into his neck. Plum Punisher. Plum Punisher. Wait a minute. I want to see something. Ooh, this one's actually tough. Ooh, boy. Gingo. Wait! Oh, wait! No! I see the problem now! I get it! Hang on. This doesn't look right. What are you talking about? It's a night where though it's dark, the pattern on the plaza ground was visible.
Objection!
Oh, how do I present it? I know what the problem here is. There is a huge issue with what's being seen. Major. I know where he died then. He died in that secret rebel hideout. It is here.
Objection!
Oh, wait, yeah, the smell. Wait, shouldn't that be gone?
Was it really the night of the Wright?
What do you mean? It cannot be otherwise. He could slew Acolyte Zealot after killing the High Priest during the purification rite.
The only problem is that a sea spirit does not corroborate that.
What's this?
Take a good look at what the victim smelled. Do you see how it says gingle? Acolyte Zealot shouldn't have smelled any gingle on the night of the Wright.
What do you mean?
Let me back up my statement with some evidence for you. This should explain how the victim couldn't have smelled gingle on the night of the Wright.
I assume it's talking about Belieb's statement.
Take that!
The High Priest's wife, Belieb in me, told me about the Feast of Blessings. The feast includes a number of gingle-based dishes, and they're only supposed to be served at a certain time of the day before the rite.
Right, I believe you're right. I completely forgotten about that.
So why is the smell there? During the feast, the unique smell of gingle pervades the entire kingdom. The fact that the victim smelled it means he was murdered between noon and 3 p.m. the day before the purification rite.
I'm not so easily fooled. Did that autopsy report not make it clear? The estimated time of death was during the rite.
Alright, taught her about that yesterday. But I also forgot to tell you, forgive me your benevolence, but the estimated time of death is just that, an estimate.
Depending on the circumstances, it's possible for it to change.
What's this?
Like, if a body were kept cold, the slow rate of decay makes the death seem more recent.
Well, I believe I have heard something of the sort before. If it is as Mr. Wright claims, the estimated time of death in the autopsy report will have to be revised. Yep.
Fuckhead, you blind me with your science!
Sorry. Wait, what am I apologizing for?
No matter. The murder may have occurred in the afternoon hours the day before the rite. Nevertheless, the murder weapon with the accused prints on it is incontrovertible evidence. I will now amend my insight to account for this new truth.
The cracks are opening. It's the afternoon of the day before the rite. Though it's dark, the pattern on the plaza's ground was visible.
The time of death has been incorrected, leaving my insight infallible.
Sorry. Changing the time of death is bound to cause some sort of inconsistency. If I had something that showed what it was like on that day, it could really help. I still think the site here is the most important aspect.
Objection!
Bingo. The change in the day and time of the crime has caused a new inconsistency to surface.
What's this? Ugh! You're making that irritating face again! Cease that at once!
Sorry, but this is the face I was born with. Now, let's focus on what is important. What the victim saw in his final moments.
If that's in the belfry, barbed head, there's nothing to see. The ground of the plaza was all that entered the victim's eyes.
Tell me something, Rafa. Does that look like the carpet or the rug? And that's what I find so strange. On the day before the Wright, it should have been impossible to see that pattern on the ground. Impossible, you say? Do explain. This piece of evidence shows why the plaza's ground was not visible that day. Oh, wait, that's right. The weather, right?
Take that!
The weather. This newspaper has an article that is tiny in size but huge in importance. It says that the ground was covered with thick white ice the day before the Wright. What? What? The victim did not see so much as an ice cube on the ground. Exactly. And so we must ask, what was the victim looking at in his final moments?
You have something to say then.
The last thing the victim saw was not the ground at the Plaza of Devotion. This can only mean that he was killed elsewhere. What? 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 Where do you propose the victim was actually killed?
Yes, tell us where. Otherwise your argument is worthless.
About that.
Oh, I haven't got to that part yet. Any ideas, Smile?
Let me think. Well, it's Summer Green Shaggy, right?
Right, but where could that be?
What is it, Barbed Head? Giving up already?
Not at all. No, where have I seen some green and shaggy? This shows where the victim was killed. And this is going to change the entirety of the situation at this point. Why were you here? The secret hideout the rebels were using.
The rebel hideout? There's no such place anywhere, on that floor of that chamber.
You're absolutely right. There's no place on the floor. Anyway, then what did the victim see in his final moments, if not the floor of the rebel hideout? This is what the victim actually saw in his final moments.
Take that!
The shaggy green surface the victim saw was one of the moss-covered stone tablets. Slabs, whatever. As you can see, there are two distinct hand-shaped impressions in the moss here. I believe the victim was killed while he stood there with his hands pressed against the slab.
Objection!
That does agree with the seance vision. However, one cannot definitely declare they are one and same. I concur. There's no proof that a murder occurred in the rebel hideout.
Indeed. What evidence do you have of this?
I've already shown you the evidence. What do you mean? Please take a look at this second version of the photo I just showed you. You can see the results of the luminol test I performed in the rebel hideout. This is proof positive that someone had been bleeding in front of the stone slab. Is this true? This information has already been provided to the police. Detective Sky, to whom does this blood belong to?
We thought it was the High Priest's blood that flowed in from outside. So we haven't tested it yet.
Then you must do so at once! Do your job!
Yes, Your Majesty.
What is your job? It appears the police have finished their testing the blood. Detective Sky, your report, please.
The blood found in the rebel hideout belongs to Pere Zealot, just like the defense claims.
Detective Sky? Do you realize what your blunder has done to me? When this trial concludes, I want to see you in my prayer chamber. There, I will deliver a choice sermon onto you for 8 hours straight.
I'm really sorry, but please anything but that. Nick, maybe, just maybe, this is the chance we've been waiting for.
Yep, it seems so. Hate to do this to Emma, but...
Go for it. It's full speed ahead.
Let's do it! The victim was killed in the rebel hideout the day before the purification rite. Then, his body was moved to the Plaza Devotion by someone we've yet to identify. So when we thought we saw Acolyte Zealot praying during the rite, he was already dead! Ah! Bingo! There's the breakthrough we need. That's not all.
If he was killed at the inner sanctum, that would explain one more thing. The blood! Why the water was already bloody?
And that would be?
Oh, the time of death was made to look later than it actually was. Proof of which was left behind at the sanctum. This points to how the time of death was made to appear later than it actually was.
Wait.
Ah, the cold
Take
front.
that!
Do you truly believe that that could affect the estimated time of death?
Shut up.
Stop yoinking my moment from me, Boyle.
Take that!
Stop it! I'm gonna be honest, what do you want me to pick? The warning letter?
Take that!
Wait, what? Oh, no, it was going left. I blame the game on that one. No. Oh, wait.
It's the snow.
Why, these aren't poses of the inner sanctum?
I'd like you to focus on this one. The proof is right here in the photo. This is how the time of death was made to appear later than it really was. Snow. Do you see how the snow has been removed from this one spot only? That's because it was used to keep the victim's body cold. And that's why the time of death wasn't what it seemed. The time of death, I was mistaken. And the place too. And just what do you believe that proves?
That my client is innocent.
What of her fingerprints on the dagger? And the plum punisher theme the victim heard? You have failed to address these two key pieces of evidence.
I see your point.
Isn't this your big chance, Nick?
I'm really hoping that the difference in location can invalidate either the weapon or the theme song from being used as evidence against you.
Actually, that might be possible, at least for one of them. Really? What's this? You say you can contradict our argument for a key piece of evidence. Very well. Let's see you try. Nick, take a good look at the rebel hideout photo.
Oh! The defense can invalidate this piece of evidence. The Plum Punisher theme song. Right? There's a clock in there.
Plum Punisher themes. And how do you intend to support such a claim?
Since the murder happened in the rebel hideout, there's something there that played the theme song other than my client's strap. It wasn't the strap. Is this true? The item that played the Plum Punisher theme song was this. Clock.
Take that!
This is a Plum Punisher alarm clock. I believe the victim heard its alarm go off.
What proof do you have that the alarm went off?
Objection!
You said it went off every hour. What proof do you have that it was my client's strap that played the theme song?
Don't twist the facts with your loyalty wiles. By the way, the accused would still be guilty based off her prints on the murder weapon. And here's what really happened.
The victim stood with his hands on the stone slab in the hideout. It was the afternoon of the day before the riot.
Though there have been some twists and turns, that is the truth of what happened.
Oh, I won't get anywhere until I can eliminate the dagger. Most impressive, your benevolence. I see no inconsistencies anywhere in the prosecution's case.
No, there's one.
What's this? You still claim there to be an inconsistency?
Try as you might, the outcome will always be the same.
You mean me winning? You're right. It will always be the same.
Now, I want to know, did the seance at all get updated? Okay, it doesn't look like it. It's the afternoon of the day before the riot. Hang on. Afternoon of the day before the riot? Hmm. The victim stood with his hands out on the stone slab. Wait. Wait. Could it be what I think it is? I'm gonna try it. I think it might be. The victim stood with his hands on the stone slab in the hideout. Heavy.
Objection!
He wasn't laying against or anything. He was pushing it. The victim was originally thought to have been stabbed while bent over in prayer. He was actually standing with his hands against the stone slab. So the question is, where did the sensation of something heavy come from?
Yes, I see your point.
Since the victim was standing, he couldn't have been held down.
Then tell us, Mr. Wright, what was that heavy sensation felt by the victim?
What caused the heavy sensation that Zealot felt? Any thoughts, Maya?
I agree. That sense of heaviness seems important, but there's also the matter of Zealot's hands on the stone slab. Why were they even there?
Could be related to the cause of the heavy sensation? Well, Mr. Wright, do you have an answer for this?
Of course. If I just envisioned the state Zealot was in when he was killed. The cause of the heaviness the victim felt was... Wait. Do you think it was an accident? Of sorts? It was the stone slab falling. The only conceivable cause is the stone slab falling over, trapping the victim underneath.
What?
Oh, the stone slab came falling down on him, crushing him underneath.
Right. That was the cause of the heavy sensation the victim felt.
Objection!
While your theory is impressive, you have overlooked a key fact. The victim was not crushed to death. Rather, he was stabbed.
Oh, yeah.
Or do you claim that the dagger was plunged into after the slab had fallen on him? Wait, I know how he died now. Plus, had the killer been behind the victim, they would have both been crushed together.
Well, would you care to explain?
Sure, I'd love to. Doesn't mean I can. How could the dagger have been plunged in that after the slab fell on the victim? Killer couldn't have plunged the dagger into the victim after the slab fell on him. But what if the murder weapon wasn't what we thought it was? Well, there were other weapons in the rebel hideout. But the entrance into the hideout is right by the stone slab. There isn't enough space between the two to use any of the weapons found within. Yeah, there's not much space by the entrances there. So, what was the real murder weapon then? I better think of something.
The murder weapon wasn't the dagger. And the dagger must have been plunged into the victim after he was already dead. That means he was stabbed at least twice, but the autopsy doesn't mention that.
He must have been stabbed in the same spot with something shaped like a dagger. Would the defense care to offer an explanation sometime this century? Wait, wasn't there something dagger-like near the scene of the crime? Something that had a shape similar to the Warbat dagger.
Present your evidence at this time, Mr. Wright.
This shows what really killed the victim. I don't know what piece of evidence it could actually...
Take that!
Is this not the photo from the scene of the High Priest murder? Are you suggesting the murder weapon is hidden herein?
Here's what really took Prey Zealot's life.
Take
The
that!
Warbot statue.
But that is the...
The Warbat statue?
Exactly. The Warbot statue has dagger-like feathers protruding from it. That is what really took the victim's life.
Objection!
You imbecile fool! The statue's outside the hideout. How do you propose it impaled someone who was inside? Haven't you heard? The Warbot statue also functions as the hideout's door. What do you mean? This thing rotates. The statue can pull complete switcheroo. Switcheroo? Put it simply, it's a revolving door.
A revolving door? Why, that makes perfect sense.
Indeed. Therefore, I believe the truth behind the divination seance to be this. The victim opened in, tried pushing. As the victim entered the secret hideout, the stone sculpture came toppling toward him. He threw up his hands to stop it, but its weight forced him backwards. Unfortunately, the Warbot statue was right behind him. This cannot be! But the accused's fingerprints were found on the dagger. She had held it while rehearsing for the rite, which is when her print's gone.
This is a shocking turn of events, but there is a great deal of circumstantial evidence in the defense's favor. I believe we must accept the Warbot statue was what killed the victim.
There it is. Now that we know how Acolyte Zealot really met his demise, there's no basis for claiming my client committed this crime.
Nice work, Nick. How can this be happening yet again? Divination seance is the only truth.
No, Your Benevolence. It's not the truth itself, but it is a means for shedding light on the truth. Do you understand now? Your kingdom needs lawyers so that they can interpret your insights.
But that means I've been misinterpreting the voices of the spirits all this time.
Your Benevolence, are you unwell? All the colors drained from your face.
I mean, she's literally just realized that...
I will be fine.
She's literally just realized that there's a good chance she's potentially killed a ton of people by blindly trusting her insights at face value.
Continue with your proceedings without me.
As you wish.
I feel kind of bad for her.
Now then, would have the defense continue. Please explain what you have learned now that we know how the victim actually died.
Acolyte Zealot was killed in the hideout before the High Priest's murder. That means the body found at the Plaza Devotion was moved there by the real killer. But only after the Warbat dagger was thrust into him, to make it look like the murder weapon.
That does seem to agree with what we know now. But why would the real killer go to such lengths?
I believe stabbing Acolyte Zealot's body with a dagger and moving it to the plaza was... It had to have been to make a serial murder, right? It was an attempt to make my client look like a serial killer. That's right. The real killer planned all of this. This forged serial murder case.
They did.
Sit, Nick. Keep hammering away.
Uh-oh. Not good. I don't speak hieroglyphics. Your reasoning has more holes in it than in that cheese you foreigners so enjoy. What? Like those putrid hole-riddled clumps of curds that only a rat like you could love. Your reasoning, much like your putrid hole-riddled brain, has putrefied.
What's this deal with the things going putrid?
You have yet to overturn my argument that the accused is a killer. A careful analysis of the chain of events up to the killing exposes the truth as follows. Disguised as Lady Kira, the accused found the rebel hideout the day before the riot. The acolyte zealot had followed her there after noticing her suspicious behavior. Caught by surprise, she pushed the stone slab toward him, and we know the rest.
I've never been to the rebel hideout in my life.
When the high priest arrived at the sanctum the next day, he realized what she had done. That is when the accused murdered him in order to silence him.
The prosecutor Saramari has posed a compelling scenario. The defense, on the other hand, has yet to disprove the accused's guilt.
Objection!
Why would my client move Acolyte Zelt's body to where everyone could see it? And why would she stab the dagger with her fingerprints into his dead body? She had no reason to do any of these things. The dagger in his corpse was likely a warning to the rebels. Something along the lines of, Lady Kira will slay the defiant dragons.
So that is why she moved the body to the plaza for all to see. Now he has the judge convinced too.
I thought I'd finally made some headway.
Oh, Mr. Wright? About time for one of your groans of distress, is it not? Groan of distress?
Kills me to admit this, but I've got nothing to counter this argument with. I still haven't disproven the allegations against Maya.
Is it not time to end your futile struggling? You already judged guilty yesterday. That makes you a dead lawyer walking. Accept the death that now awaits you, and in doing so, finally know peace.
A dead lawyer walking, indeed. Then again, are not all lawyers who practice in Kuain? But I must admit, I misspoke earlier. Allow me to amend my statement. I had said the defense's reasoning had a putrid cheese-like smell. But I now realize the stench was from his own putrid body, on the verge of death. Now I'm a rotten zombie. Think, who could have killed Zealot the day before the riot? Who knew about the rebel hideout and could gain access to the inner sanctum?
Only those involved with the right can enter the sanctum, so...
Wait a sec.
Only a rebel would have known about the secret hideout. And the only person who was involved with the riot had access to that... had access to sanctum, and was suspected of being a rebel is...
Did somebody come to mind?
Yes, except there's one big problem.
A huge problem?
What are you two going on about? Plotting your escape from the Sacred Hall? I'll not put it past you, considering you have no means to raise further objection. If I don't do something, Prosecutor Saramari will have this one in a bag. I'll just have to bluff my way out of this, regardless of that huge problem.
Your Majesty, I believe there is another suspect in Pure Zealot's murder.
Objection!
Even the most benevolent Holy Mother would not forgive such a desperate lie. After all, you know very well that such a person does not exist.
No, there is one person who knew everything. Does such a figure truly exist? Tell us, who might that be?
I believe the prime suspect in Acolyte Zealot's murder is...
Well, what do y'all feel about accusing the dead?
Take that!
It had to be someone allowed to enter the sanctum, and who knew of the hideout. And that would be the High Priest. He could have committed the crime if it occurred the day before the riot. You would pin a crime upon the dead, knowing very well they tell no tales. Have you no shame? Dead men tell no tales. There's definitely a problem. If only the High Priest could tell his side of the story.
What? Do I have something on my face?
Wait a sec. Does this actually work? Oh no, don't tell me I have to I have some of my breakfast caught between my teeth. No, if there's even the slightest possibility, I have to go with it. Your Majesty, dead men do tell tales. Therefore, I would like to request High Priest testimony.
His testimony? And just how do you propose we get the deceased to testify?
There's a way for the dead to testify. It's known as the channeling. Summon him here by means of spirit channeling.
What did you just say?
Spirit channeling. Is this Lord finally gone insane? This is sacrilege. May the Holy Mother strike him down.
Peace. I am frankly astonished you even know of such a thing. But spirit channeling is a secret art that only Her Eminence Queen Garan can perform. And Her Eminence is far too busy with other duties to perform it at our pleasure.
I suspected as much. That means our only hope is... Please do it. It's okay, Nick. You can tell them. But I thought you wanted to keep it a secret here in Kurain. Don't worry. It's not like it's against the law or violates some religious precepts, so I don't think we'll be punished. At least, I hope not. But this is a crucial period for you. It'll decide whether you become Master of Kurain. We don't have any other choice, do we? If I'm found guilty, it'll be a lot worse than not becoming Master of Kurain.
Alright, thanks, Maya. Actually, there is someone here who is capable of channeling spirits.
Talk to them.
But even her benevolence and Princess Rafa finds divination seance to be a challenge. Who could possibly have greater spiritual power than she, aside from the Queen? That would be me.
Is this some sort of a joke? Lord cannot possess such power. Even the royal priest is capable of such that.
Peace, peace, I say. Is this true? Is the accused capable of performing the secret art of spirit channeling?
Well, yes, I can.
Now, Your Majesty, we'd like your permission to begin. What? Your benevolence.
This is an outrage. An outrage, I say. First you make a mockery of the divination seance, and now spirit channeling.
Whoever speaks the truth, spirit channeling is a sacred right. Born devil says should be put to death immediately.
Fill your voices. Bardhead, spirit channeling is the most sacred and secret of arts. Are you prepared to face the consequences of what you propose?
Yes, I am. Your benevolence, are you saying you approve of their use of spirit channeling?
I will judge whether the claim is true. If this is but another of their lies, they shall be executed on the spot.
Very well then. Your benevolence, what if the accused accidentally calls forth an evil spirit?
Do you truly believe this foreigner is capable of channeling spirits?
Oh, no, but I want to be sure as I am responsible for the safety of all present.
Well, an inexperienced practitioner could inadvertently call forth a dangerous spirit. But do not fear, for I have a Magatama of parting. With it, I can send spirits back to the Twilight Realm by halting the flow of spiritual power.
That is a relief indeed.
These foreigners have thrown down the gauntlet. Let us not shirk from that challenge. We must prove them guilty and deliver their last rites. Do I make myself clear, Prosecutor Sadamari?
Perfectly, Your Benevolence.
Well, all of you are about to get a big culture shock. Very well, the accused may channel the high spirit's high priest spirit. But first, we must take a short recess to prepare. We will resume as soon as the preparations are complete. So then, this call is adjourned. Everyone here is about to get a hell of a culture shock. Oh boy. But I think I'm going to end it here. Yeah, I think we got on for quite a while. Next time, we will probably finish up this trial, begin the next trial, and we'll see how it goes from there. Or maybe... on second thoughts, wait. Do I want to end it? Huh. The thing is, I don't know how long it is. Oh, screw it. We'll continue. Never mind. Cancel the ending yet. This might take a lot longer, but oh well, I asked for it. Sorry, Maya, but this was the only way. You sure you're up for this?
Thanks for believing me, Nick. Even though I don't know if my channeling ability's on point yet.
Oh, right! Before she started training here, her success rate was only about 30%. I know you can do it, Maya. At least I hope she can. So you sure you're ready?
Yeah, at least I think so.
You don't sound so confident. What about all your training?
Training's one thing, actually doing is another.
Oh, I see. If she fails to channel the High Priest, we're as good as dead.
Relax, Nick. You can count on me. I'll show you what my training's done for me. This will be the moment you'll never forget.
Okay. I just hope it's unforgettable in a good way.
Once we hear Abbot Inmy's story, I'm sure the truth will come to light.
I hope so, but he was hiding the fact that he was a rebel, so I doubt it'll be as cut and dried as all that.
They're ready for you. Please return to Hall of Justice at once.
Okay, Maya, I'm counting on you.
You got it. Here we go.
I've seen you do it plenty of times with other people before, I'm pretty sure. So don't fail me now, Maya. We have received official approval for the accused to channel a spirit here today. Now, if you will, Miss Faye, please proceed.
Yes, Your Majesty.
I can't believe this. Only the Queen should channel spirits. Execute them. Blow them to death right now.
All y'all are gonna change your tune very soon, and I'm gonna laugh at each and every single one of you. Come on, Maya, I'm counting on you.
I've been studying here in Kurain for 2 years now. So that one day I will be the master of Kurain, a village of spirit mediums back home. First, I shall show you all the fruits of my training in your kingdom.
Wow, she seems really confident.
A neophyte practitioner such as you cannot possibly channel a spirit. Okay, Your Benevolence. How about this? If I succeed, will you stop calling me a neophyte? Very well. If you succeed. Oh, I will. Just you watch.
Here it go!
O spirit to rest in me, slumbering in the Twilight Realm. Return now to the world of the living.
Oh, he has no eyes!
Huh? What is this place?
Oh my!
No! This cannot be!
Oh, good God!
It's the High Priest! The accused really can channel spirits! I don't believe it. The accused spiritual power is the real deal!
Go, Maya!
I do not understand. This cannot be. This simply cannot be. I must step out now before I forget myself.
Well,
How about Inmy? Would this be the Twilight Realm? And what of this luxurious mane of hair? Is it perhaps a gift from the Holy Mother for decades of faithful service? How about Inmy? My, but if it isn't his Majesty, have you two shuffled off that mortal coil?
please, do not count me among the dead. It is only you who has passed on. But the spirit medium Maya Fey has brought you back among us today.
Why, Acolyte Faye has mastered the secret art of spirit channeling? I suppose that explains these gorgeous locks.
When I pass from this world, I too hope to be channeled with a full head of hair.
Though it be for the briefest of moments. I give thanks for this splendid coiffure. Praise be to that Holy Mother. However, this kimono is a bit too snug for my taste. If you would excuse me. What?
Maya's outfit!
There. That is better.
Did we get his testimony now? And I wish he kept his top on.
Why, you are the foreign lawyer that people speak of as of late. And is this not the Hall of Justice? Why have I been summoned here?
Forgive us for calling you back from your eternal rest. But you have been accused of murder. Might we ask you to testify on your own behalf? I can do that too.
I have been accused of murder? That is troubling indeed.
Bang! What's with the crazy pose?
Is this really cause for such an astonishment? Even the lowliest of monks can achieve such body control with the proper training.
Oh, I wonder if Albie will be able to do that someday. Will the defense please explain the situation to the High Priest? I'd be happy to. Larry, your disciple, Pere Zealot, has been murdered. It happened on the day before the purification rite. And the crime occurred in the rebel hideout hidden it within the inner sanctum.
Acolyte Zealot. He has been killed. Who would do such a thing?
You. Someone who knew of the hideout and had access to the inner sanctum. In their words, you have it in me. After all, weren't you secretly a rebel? No, I can't do that. Oh dear. That's still Maya's body. I hope he doesn't break anything.
Wow, the High Priest is amazing. Thank you to master such an advanced prayer pose. He's still worthy of our veneration even if he is a rebel.
Praise be to Holy Mother.
Oh my. Have my rebel allegiances been exposed? Not even my wife knew of that. It seems to rest in peace is not in my fate.
Why did you, a devout priest of Koreanism, join the rebellion?
Objection!
The High Priest has come back to us for but a brief time, Defense. Shall we not cut to the chase and ask the most pressing of questions? Oh, right. About Inmi, the prosecution believes the one who slew both you and Acolyte Zealot to be Maya Fey, who had been playing the role of Lady Kira in the Wright.
Being that I was dead until just a moment ago, my memory is a bit hazy.
Could you please do your best to remember?
Objection!
The High Priest says his memory is hazy.
It's all coming back to me. Just as Prosecutor Summary concluded, I was slain by none other than Maya Fey.
The High Priest's statement has proven my assertions with regards to his murder correct.
No!
But what about Acolyte Zealot? You were the one who killed him, weren't you?
I know not about my disciple's murder. Furthermore, I have an alibi of my own.
An alibi? Seriously?
It seems the testimony the defense had been hoping for is working against them.
Now, all but in me, your testimony, if you would please.
Yes. Yes. Yes, of course.
Here we go. I think we're starting to get close to the end now at this point. We have to be. I have an alibi.
I have an ironclad alibi for the time during which the murder took place. Just past noon on the day before the rite, I was entertaining guests at my home. And I believe my guests can corroborate this.
You had guests. Just past noon. That's right about the time Zella was murdered. Are you sure about that?
Absolutely.
Come to think of it, Wraith had told me about Spirit's memory.
A spirit's memory is cut off at the moment of death.
So even a spirit that was brought back after centuries doesn't sense any gap in time. Between the moment of its death and the moment it's channeled?
Yes, and yet it clearly recalls all the memories that it had in life.
The High Priest seems to know exactly what he's talking about. So, the question is, what would be the best angle of attack? We're getting deeper into this. I have an alibi. I have an ironclad alibi for the time during which the murder took place.
Hold it!
You use the word alibi as if it were second nature.
Are you perhaps mocking me? Or is it perhaps the kingdom of Khuraim itself you wish to ridicule?
Can we not turn this on me? Peace, 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 I say. Mr. Wright, would you care to clarify your last statement? Please, don't take it the wrong way. Just alibi is a rather technical term for a priest to use so naturally.
I assure you, I know how to use the term. In fact, I had even hoped for a chance to do so one day. I suppose that even I, a high priest, am not immune to such trivial worldly attachments.
Oh, I see. Still, he seems unusually calm and composed. It's almost as if he had prepared himself for something like this. Just past noon on the day before the riot, I was entertaining guests at my home.
Hold it!
Guests? And you were entertaining them personally?
That I was. We gathered around the table for a most enjoyable conversation.
He said his guest could corroborate his alibi. Can't be good for our case. Are you sure that was the same day as the murder? Maybe you were misremembered.
Not doubt my mnemonic faculties. I may have died, but my memories up to that point are crystal clear.
Sorry. It's pretty thin skin for a priest. Though I guess I should have known better than to doubt his memory.
A spirit's memory is cut off at the moment of death.
So even a spirit is brought back after centuries doesn't have any sense of gap in time, blah blah blah, we've already seen all this.
There's nothing better than to enjoying Gingo cuisine with dear friends. That way, everyone's breath becomes equally malodorous.
Right. Thanks. I believe my guest can corroborate this.
Hold it!
And who exactly were your guests that day? Don't tell me they were rebels, so they can't be called here to testify.
It was none other than His Majesty along with his family. He couldn't attend the rite due to work, so he stopped by ahead of time. My, how his daughter has grown.
Wait a sec. Let me set the record straight right now. I am not a rebel. Thank you for that wonderful meal, Abbot in me. Lady Emily's cooking and simply can't be beat.
So there you have it.
When exactly was His Majesty at your house?
He was there from 2 p.m. to 3 p.m. Indeed, precisely the time period in which Acolyte Zealot was slain.
Wait, that doesn't make sense. Hang on. Yes, and we had a rousing chat concerning a game of Kachu Denmal. But I'll just have that added to the testimony. After all, it was I who visited the High Priest's home. My guests that day were His Majesty and his family. They visited from 2 p.m. to 3 p.m. I think I see what a problem here is. Unless I'm being mind screwed by the amount of evidence I'm gathering and timings and all that. But something feels a bit weird.
Objection!
Never mind. Look at this photograph. Every time I do, it makes me...
Hold it!
Your Majesty, are you sure this testimony is completely accurate? As sure as sure can be. Oh, how wonderful it is to finally have my actions be admissible as evidence in court.
His Majesty was at my home during the exact time period of the murder. Come, let us put this behind us. I could not have possibly committed this crime.
How can you be so sure? What if the clock your watch you're using was off, or you misread time? There was a clock right next to me, right near the table, and it had the exact same time on my watch.
Now do you understand, lawyer? As you can see, my alibi is airtight. Or do you still think I could have killed Acolyte Zealot?
His Majesty's a witness.
Are you satisfied now? There's not a single discrepancy in Abbot Inme's alibi. If I give up now, it's all over. Now, hold on a second. Is there anything wrong with the High Priest's testimony? I think there is. There has to be, otherwise there's something wrong here. There is a discrepancy in the High Priest's testimony.
There is. Well, then perhaps you could explain what it might be?
This is what was wrong with his testimony. Wait! You knew the time of the crime? How did you know that? After Abbot Inme was channeled, no one ever stated what time Acolyte Zealot was murdered.
Now that you mention it.
Despite that, you claim to have an alibi from 2 p.m. to 3 p.m. That means you knew that Acolyte Zealot was dead when you were still alive!
I'm back.
Wait, I think I saw something just now. No, I must be imagining things. So tell me, how did you know what time the crime had been committed?
About that. Open your heart. Let the Holy Mother in.
But why? We've been blessed with the High Priest's sacred words of prayer.
All who serve her holiness must strive to banish worldly desires from their soul. Open your heart. Let the Holy Mother in. Purge your mind of greed.
I feel as if my very soul's been cleansed.
You can't fool me. Prayer may banish worldly desires, but it can't make a contradiction disappear. How can you be so sure?
What's that supposed to mean?
This lawyer seems to think little of the power of Kurani's prayer. Huh?
Stop speaking in hieroglyphics, please.
Abbot Inme was at home during the crime but knew of what happened at the hideout. I believe this can be explained thusly. He must have had a way to monitor the hideout from his home. What?
You never cease to amaze, prosecutor. As he has surmised, there was a listening device installed at the hideout.
Damn it, and I can't even deny that.
It enabled me to instantly learn of anything unusual even when I was not there.
Remember, the rebels had been using this as a top secret hideout. It would be perfectly natural for them to install such an apparatus.
Wait, come to think of it, when I was searching the rebel hideout... Huh? There's something under the banner. A microphone? What's this doing here? Was someone trying to record something with it?
That was a listening device.
It starts recording whenever it detects movement. And I heard just such a recording after His Majesty and his family left. If you look in the desk in my study, you will find the tape in question.
Alright, then. Bailiff,
Yes, Your Majesty.
go retrieve the tape in question from the High Priest's home.
At once, Your Majesty.
The power of Kurani's prayer. Even a putrid brain such as yours should understand it now.
It's like the contradiction really did vanish. We shall ascertain the content of their recording once we have the tape. In the meantime, I would ask Abbot Inme to continue with his testimony.
Very well.
Alright. But I think we're very slowly, surely starting to get somewhere. I heard everything.
I was entertaining His Majesty and his family when the crime occurred. When I listened to that tape later, I heard a man and a woman quarreling. It sounded like an altercation between Acolyte Zealot and Acolyte Faye. After that, there was a loud noise followed by a haunting silence.
have to find some way to attack his alibi. If only Maya were here. She has a way of putting me at ease. But seeing her like this is only creeping me out. Though the High Priest was a rebel, he was still a Koronist holy man. Therefore, take care in your questioning lest you invoke the ire of our people.
Listen, I've already invoked enough ire as it is. What's a little more gonna do? I could care less about what your people think, as if this wasn't hard enough already. Nice try, but I'll stop at nothing to find the truth. Your threats are empty. And same with your accusations! I heard everything. I was entertaining his mastery and his family when the crime occurred.
Hold it!
You were entertaining his majesty and his family during the crime.
Indeed. My wife, Believe, was treating them to a wonderful home cooking.
Your wife was there that day?
Why, yes. She was in the kitchen cooking up the storm an entire time.
Come to think of it, I don't think I saw her at all that day.
She takes her culinary duties most seriously, you see. That is why she was in the kitchen cooking without pause the entire day.
So the judge never saw Miss Inmate. Should I have Abbott Inmate add that statement to his testimony? I want that. Give me that. Please add that statement to your testimony.
As you wish.
My wife, Believe, was in the kitchen cooking the entire time. I don't believe that. I don't believe that for a second.
Hold it!
What was your wife making that day?
The menu that day was featured heightened supplies and melted mott. They are both traditional Korean dishes.
I can't even begin to imagine what those are. Oh, yes. Exquisite zest of heightened supplies and the supreme texture of melted malt. Lady Envy's cooking that day was utterly unforgettable.
Thank you. It brings me great joy to know you enjoyed your meal. Now, once his majesty and his family had left,
Hold it!
You heard everything from a recording.
indeed. Each night, I would secretly check what the listening device had recorded. I would have been in serious trouble with my lovely wife had she discovered my secret.
Can you really tell what happened by this audio alone?
Long years of aesthetic training have sharpened my hearing. It is but a simple matter for me to ascertain a situation by the sounds I hear.
Plastic Koreanism improves your hearing.
Hearing is but one of the senses it can improve. If one can focus and attain in a piece, all 5 senses can be sharpened. Why, the warbot over in this bazaar just cried. Did you not hear it?
Give me a break. It sounded like an altercation between Acolyte Zealot and Acolyte Fae.
Hold it!
Hold on, are you sure about those voices? Was it really Acolyte Zealot and Fae?
I'd say that was the most reasonable conclusion under the circumstances. But perhaps Acolyte Faye had an alibi that you can prove.
I'm afraid not.
Then I suggest you make like a mollusk and clam up. Now, I will continue my testimony if I may.
After that, there was a loud noise followed by a haunting silence.
Hold it!
A loud noise? I'd say that's worth looking into.
It was a terrible crashing sound. Poor Acolyte Zealot. They must have felt so heavy.
It must have been the sound of that stone slab falling over. Should I have him add that statement to his testimony? Please add that statement to your testimony.
As you wish.
I would describe the noise as a terrible crash. Poor Zealot, it must have felt so heavy. Wait, that doesn't... Wait, what?
You believe that terrible crash is connected to Acolyte Zealot's death?
Yes, the sound, no doubt, was poor Zealot's death now. Such a tragedy, for he was a fine disciple. I would ask all here today to give a prayer for his departed soul. I'm not saying that. I had high hopes for you, that young man's future.
Why do I feel like such a jerk for just trying to do my job right now?
Mr. Wright, do you still feel the need to question the High Priest? His alibi is as tight as tight can be.
This isn't going so well. I better ask him about something else. I'm curious, Abbot Emmy. Did you stop by the rebel hideout after His Majesty left?
Yes, I thought it would be wise to assess the situation. But as I said before, there was nothing to see. The hideout appeared as it always had.
And the victim's body?
It was nowhere to be found. Acolyte Faye must have already disposed of it, and anything else incriminating.
So, when you saw the rebel hideout, it looked like it does in this photo.
Yes, I would say that is how it appeared that day.
So the stone slab had been put back in place. Curious.
Mr. Wright, is it not time to concede defeat?
No, wait, I just need a little more time.
If you insist.
What a curious statement you've now made with the evidence you've now provided.
Objection!
What a curious statement. Abbot Enemy, you said, and I quote, "Poor zealot, it must have felt so heavy." Why do you think he felt something heavy? You said the hideout looked like it did in this photo. If so, there's nothing that would lead you to believe he had experienced a heavy feeling. The fact is, of course, a stone slab did fall over on Acolyte Zealot, impaling him on the warbod statue behind him. But that was only revealed through her at Benevolus's divination seance earlier.
Will the defense please get to the point?
My point is, simply hearing a crashing sound shouldn't have automatically led him to conclude the victim was crushed to death.
I still do not see your point.
He knew! I'm saying that the High Priest knew! He knew how the victim was really killed!
Why?
And that is information only the real killer could have known. I definitely saw it that time. I got the High Priest spirit shaking in his boots. Or should I say sandals?
Objection!
Need I remind you, Abbot Imri was with his majesty at the time of the crime. Such an alibi precludes him from being the killer. That's true, so he can't be the killer. However, he knew how Zealot was killed. Something only the killer could know. Can this discrepancy be resolved somehow?
Well, Mr. Wright, we're waiting with for an explanation.
I was just getting to that. Time to think of something quick. The High Priest knew something only the killer could have known because... I think I now remember... I think my memory's starting to break loose. I'm slowly starting to remember bits and pieces of this case. He heard it from the real criminal, didn't he? He must have heard how the victim died from the real killer.
The real killer.
Of course, that makes perfect sense. I don't want to believe it, but this is the only possible explanation.
So tell us, who's the real killer?
It's gotta be someone close to the High Priest, someone without an alibi. The person most likely to be Zealot's killer is... Believe in me.
Take that!
Your Majesty, while you were visiting the High Priest's home, you didn't see Miss Inmi at all, did you?
No, I never saw her, but... What does that have to do with anything?
Did the High Priest ever leave your sight?
No, we were talking the entire time. And the food was brought right to the room's entryway.
So, the High Priest has an ironclad alibi, but his wife does not. What the devil are you insinuating? I'm insinuating that Miss Inme might have killed Acolyte Zealot.
Objection.
You have a lot of nerve making such a baseless allegation. She had no motive to kill Acolyte Zealot. He was like family to her. No, we can't entirely discount the idea. Especially if you consider that Miss Inme could have been the one posing as Lady Kira.
Objection.
Truly you've lost it, haven't you? Even a fool must temper his foolishness at times. Do you truly believe Lady Kira would kill Acolyte Zealot though he was not a rebel?
Objection.
As we all know, the High Priest was secretly a rebel. It would follow that his favorite disciple could very well be a rebel too. Are you suggesting that Miss Inme killed her husband as well? As sad as it is to think she'd kill her own husband to get rid the kingdom of rebels, I don't think we can rule it out.
Guys! You claim my wife is that rebel-hunting Lady Kira, and that she slew both Zealot and myself. My lovely wife. That is utterly impossible.
Could you stop screaming?
I've never seen the High Priest so angry.
It is as Abbot Inme stated. And the accused has already been found guilty of his murder. It is far too late to overturn it.
That's right, Mr. Wright. Now apologize to the good priest before he gets angry again. Quickly now.
No, I'm not going to apologize. The true identity of Lady Kira is a major piece to this trial's puzzle. Admit it, Abbot Inme. Your wife, Lady Inme, killed you. Yet even now, you continue to lie in an effort to protect her.
How absurd. It appears the lawyer has forgotten. My lovely wife could not possibly bow to rebels in the guise of Lady Kira. For we were blessed by your holiness, and she is with child. Praise be to the Holy Mother.
I completely forgot about that.
That abominable Lady Kira figure who slew me and Acolyte Zealot was the accused.
This is bad. I can't give up now. Don't forget, my client doesn't have the strength to fight rebels either. How could a weak young woman like her possibly...
Stop. Stop speaking.
You foolish oaf of a lawyer. If only he was blessed as Lady Inme. But surely the accused possesses the strength, or should I say the power? The power to battle those black-hearted rebels.
What are you talking about?
My good prosecutor, as you have come to the same conclusion as I. Such keen insight.
Then you have figured it out as well, Abbot Inme. May I ask you to explain to this putrid-brained lawyer?
Certainly. Or I cannot allow him to frame my lovely wife for murder. Or endeavor. Your Majesty, allow me to testify as to how my affair is that murderous Lady Kira.
Well, if it would assuage your anger, then by all means, please testify.
I think we're getting close to finale. He's getting really aggravated. Maya Fey is Lady Kira.
Acolyte Fey channeled Lady Kira's spirit. She is a spirit medium who knows Lady Kira's true name, so she could have done it. So it was a real Lady Kira who returned to root out the rebels among us. She attacked and killed me with a strength far beyond any mortal woman.
Do you understand now? Murder by spirit channeling explains everything. This is the only way the accused could have defeated one rebel after another.
Indeed, I am a living, or shall I say dead, proof of her terrible power.
His ability to channel spirits.
It's come back to haunt her.
Now, is it not time to let it go and move on, defense? No, never. I'll never give up. Now what? Think. How can I prove that Maya couldn't have channeled Lady Kira? We've got to be getting super close.
Maya Fey is Lady Kira. I wonder if this even says it's the last one. The last cross-examination.
It does!
I honestly did not expect it, to be honest with you.
Hold it!
My client channeled Lady Kira. Isn't that a little far-fetched?
Far-fetched, you say? Why, the very fact that I'm here proves she has the power to channel spirits.
Ugh. But you've no proof she actually channeled Lady Kira.
Oh, but I do.
Hold it!
While it's true she may be capable of channeling Lady Kira, I doubt there's any proof she actually did.
You're talking about the infamous rebel hunter here. The modern-day Lady Kira has captured many a rebel all by herself, and among them have been more than a few great warriors. Who but the real Lady Kira could have accomplished such a feat?
Would be difficult for a mere mortal. That leaves the real Lady Kira of legend as the only likely answer.
Indeed. This is not proof enough that the real Lady Kira of legend has been channeled.
Real Lady Kira of legend? That's an oxymoron if I heard one. And again, the people of Kurain believe legend to be true. I don't know. Hang on, go back. Go back. I don't know. Something about that feels wrong. I'm gonna try it. I think we have an answer for this. Though I'm not gonna be surprised if I get it wrong, honestly. That's not the right button. I feel bad doing this to a dead guy, but at the same time, you were trying to accuse my friend, so...
Objection!
There's no face. The Tome of Secrets is only given to the priestess who performs the purification rite. Is this your proof that my client could have channeled Lady Kira?
Yes, indeed. For it contains the true name of Lady Kira, a secret only revealed within.
How about in me? I'm afraid you're mistaken. This could have been used to channel Lady Kira.
What nonsense!
Mr. Wright, would you care to explain? This is why my client couldn't have channeled Lady Kira. Her face is covered up.
Take that!
No face, no channel. Lady Kira's face is hidden behind a mask in the Tome of Secrets. You need both a name and a face to channel a spirit.
It can't be!
Without a face, it would have been impossible for my client to channel Lady Kira.
Oh my!
Therefore, the claim that she became Lady Kira by means of spirit channeling is patently false. And with Lady Kira out of the equation, my client has no motive to commit murder.
But then...
Who's the rebel hunting Lady Kira we've been reading about in the paper? Yes, who is this other suspect, if indeed there is one at all? Let us hear the defense's brilliant deduction! Think. The true identity of Lady Kira is the key to solving both murders. I thought Miss Inmi was suspicious, but her pregnancy takes her out of the running. And Mr. Airball is a rebel, so that doesn't make sense. That leaves us with...
Mr. Wright, you have that look again. The one where you know you have to say something, but you can't figure out what it is.
This is my chance to really turn up the heat. I'll just have to stir the pot till something floats up to the top. Your Majesty, I know who's been posing as the rebel hunting Lady Kira.
You do?
Are you sure about that? Yes, completely.
I sense that I may regret this, but please go on and explain.
Thank you, Your Majesty. This is who's been posing as the rebel hunting Lady Kira. I think I get it. It's you.
Take that!
What? Oh, wait. An alibi suddenly becomes... or a motive. It's you.
Take that!
The true identity of the rebel hunting Lady Kira we seek is...
Praise Zealot.
What is this? The high priest's murdered disciple was Lady Kira, you say?
Tell me I'm wrong. Tell me that it's because it's a woman, considering the fact there's a mask involved.
Peace. I say peace. Defense will continue.
Yes, Your Honor. Your Majesty. Sorry. I whittled down the list of suspects until there was only one left.
Objection.
But a process of elimination is not the same as solid evidence. I assume you have evidence to back up your claim.
Yes, of course. I will have some in a moment, that is. At least I hope so.
Mine wasn't Lady Kira, and neither was Miss Inmi or any other of the possibilities. That leaves Zealot, and I have the evidence to prove it. The evidence that proves Acolyte Zealot was posing as Lady Kira is this. Wait, is there something... Wait, is it?
Take that!
No! Is it this?
Take that!
No. For some reason, that was my first thought.
Oh!
Take that!
Wait, what?
Take that!
The letter. This is what proves that Acolyte Zealot was Lady Kira. Lady Kira's warning letter. How absurd! What could that possibly prove?
Prosecutor Sadamati, you stated that this warning letter proved that my client was Lady Kira. And the reason you gave was that the High Priest's house was locked tight. But there was another member of the family who lived there.
Therefore, Acolyte Zealot could have delivered the warning anytime he wanted.
What is he talking about? That is not possible!
Are you saying Lady Kira was not the culprit, but rather the victim?
That's exactly what I'm saying.
But that would overturn the entire premise of this case. This trial's proceeded on the assumption Lady Kira was behind the serial killings. But if Lady Kira is one of the victims, who was the killer and what was their motive?
The only suspect left is Miss Inmi. And there's only one possible motive. What if Miss Inmi is a rebel?
What? Bean, you're still bent on casting suspicion upon my lovely wife. Blasphemer! You have no evidence of this. Repent for your mistrust in your soul.
Objection!
No evidence. No, you have no evidence either. After all, the dagger with my client's prints on it wasn't what killed Acolyte Zealot. And the plum Punisher theme that he heard could have been an alarm clock. That means all the evidence linking her to the crime has been called into question.
Was Lady Inmi a rebel? And did she pose as Lady Kira to kill Acolyte Zealot? Or was Acolyte Zealot a rebel, and was the accused the Lady Kira who killed him? I would say either scenario is just as likely. What are we to do now? The alarm clock, you say? Do you mean the one in the rebel hideout?
Yes, but what of it?
So that's it.
It's gone an M. about in me? This was so comical.
Forgive me my outburst. That has simply tickled my funny bone.
What did?
The theme song came from the plumbed Punisher clock, you say? That alarm could not possibly have gone off.
What makes you say that? The claw was working just fine the last time I checked.
Try using your head for a change. Would not the existence of a secret hideout be given away if an alarm kept going off?
Wait, you don't mean...
Indeed, we leave the alarm clock switched off at all times.
No! Oh. In that case,
I'm sad to say the defense's claim does not hold water.
okay to respond, Mr. Wright? Oh, this can't be happening! Not now!
This should put an end to the lawyer's futile struggle. The theme song the victim heard was from the accused strap, just as we suspected. Therefore, the accused is the rebel hunting Lady Kira and the victim's killer.
I need an opening, something I can raise an objection to.
The Plum Punisher theme song act like Zealot heard in his final moments. I too heard it by the way of listening device.
Did you really? If you had heard it, why didn't you testify to that fact before?
Is it not obvious? I did not know such a tune could become such a key matter.
Yes, the matter of the theme song came up before Abbott in me was channeled. Oh, right. Well then, what if he's lying about the clock's alarm switch being off?
Miserable wretch. That would be the most pointless lie, one easily disproven.
If you check the clock, you will see that the alarm is in fact switched off.
Come on, think of it!
What a fine item. And the switch. If I'm right.
He set the switch back into the off position before he left. I remember hearing it clearly. The distinct taiko drums in the intro are itching to...
You idiot!
Dun 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 dun.
Distinctive taiko drums in the intro?
This trial has gone on for far too long. Shall we move ahead to the verdict phase now?
By all means, and let us also return Abbot Imi's spirit to the Twilight Realm.
Before I go, let me say a word to my darling wife.
Objection!
You're not going anywhere.
It's time. We finally have it. This is what I've been waiting for. Now hold on just 1 minute. Your Majesty. Yes?
The High Priest's statement is inconsistent with a certain piece of evidence.
It is. Still you writhe in defiance of your fate. The very sight reminds me of a tortured soul writhing in flames.
You won't be saying that once I show you the evidence. All I have to do is pick the right one. This piece of evidence is inconsistent with the statement about the taiko drum intro.
Take that!
This is what's inconsistent with the statement. My client's Plum Punisher strap.
What does that have to do with anything?
Listen. It plays the Plum Punisher theme song, and here it is.
The theme to the Plum Punisher, warrior of Neo-Twilight Realm.
Tell me, anybody in the audience hear a drum? Do you see what I mean? The music the victim heard in his final moments might not have been the Plum Punisher theme song.
I'm afraid I'm not following you. What was it if not the Plum Punisher theme?
In his final moments, Acolyte Zealot heard
The Steel Samurai.
there are no taiko drums in the intro of the Plum Punisher theme. So what Acolyte Zealot actually heard in his final moments was
The theme of the Steel Samurai, warrior of Neo-Old Tokyo. Please, I say. Mr. Wright, what is this Steel Samurai what you speak?
The Steel Samurai, warrior of Neo-Tokyo, is an action hero show from America. The Plum Punisher theme is a total... is very similar to it. If you didn't know about the Steel Samurai, you could easily mistake the two.
The fuck, the acolytes heard music from an American Action Hero show. Is there reviewable evidence that the accused was in the hideout?
I disagree. Actually, no. You have it backwards.
Backwards?
That's right. Miss Faye made an avid Punisher fan here in Kurain. And as a token of their friendship, she traded a certain Steel Samurai item for the Plum Punisher strap.
Huh? And this avid Plum Punisher fan was the one who killed Acolyte Zealot?
Yes. And that avid fan is none other than the High Priest's wife. Believe in me.
Objection!
Do you have evidence to back up this claim, Mr. Wright? As forgiving as the Holy Mother is? I doubt she would tolerate yet another dose of your basest slander. I suggest you prepare yourself to face Her Holiness's wrath. Oh, I'm prepared to turn this entire case upside down, that is. This is my last chance. Better take a deep breath and review the evidence.
Very well, please present your evidence if you would, please.
The evidence that proves Miss Inmee was the one who killed Acolyte Zealot is this. Finally, time to end this. The family photo. It's right here in this family photo. Proof that Miss Inmee and Miss Faye traded items featuring their favorite characters.
Objection!
A family photo? And what exactly should we be looking at here? The proof that they exchanged items featuring their favorite characters is right here.
Take that!
Look at Miss Inmee's left wrist. You can see the Steel Samurai trademark top knot right there. Which clearly makes this a Steel Samurai watch.
I never knew your wife had such hobbies, me.
This family photo was taken right before Acolyte Zealot was murdered. By that point, my client had the Punisher strap and Miss Inmee had the Samurai watch. So what the victim heard in his final moments was none other than the sound of the watch Miss Inmee was wearing.
I wish to amend my testimony. What I thought were tackle drums or something else. My wife never had such a watch. It's the truth, I tell you. You must believe me, your majesty.
Satura!
What? Be not deceived by the defense's loyal chicanery. Now what? He's been pretty quiet up to this point. What does he have up his sleeve? There's a big gaping hole in his flimsy claim. A big gaping hole? I don't think so. Oh no, I'm afraid it's there, alright. Just like the big gaping holes in your putrid brain. My brain is neither putrid nor full of holes. And I'm not a zombie after all. Says the dead lawyer walking. He who is of narrow vision focuses on what is before him, never seeing the big picture. Or as they say in your country, you cannot see the forest for the trees. But it is as if you said, and Lady Inmee, the rebel, slew Acolyte Zealot, the rebel hunting Lady Kira. Then the rebel hunter would have been dead before the High Priest was slain.
That means the High Priest could not have been slain by the rebel hunting Lady Kira.
How could I miss that?
So, tell me, who are you going to say killed the High Priest now? Oh! I need to think back on everything. Do you finally understand the sheer size of the holes that riddle your putrid brain? I'm in hot water now. I don't have any other suspects in the High Priest's murder. You're a mindless zombie. You should have begun your journey into the Twilight Realm long ago. Now let it go and move on. No, I will never give up. Just need to think things through and figure out who really killed the High Priest. It's time to end this. If Acolyte Zealot had been Lady Kira, he couldn't have killed the High Priest. So the question is, who did? Maybe I can get to the bottom of this by reviewing the events in this case. What evidence could tell me something about the crime scene before the murder? Nice testimony? The spring was stained red before the rite. Oh, right. Maya said that the spring had been stained red before the rite even began. spring was already red before the High Priest murder because of Zealot's blood. So Zealot was already dead by then. That's right. Zealot had been killed in the rebel hideout the day before the Wright, and his blood had flowed into the spring. Wait a sec. High Priest knew that Zealot had been killed in the hideout. So why didn't he report it to authorities? If Maya had been the killer, he could have easily had her arrested on the spot. Why didn't the High Priest inform the authorities right then? I think it was to keep the hideout hidden. He wanted to keep the hideout a secret. If he reports Zealot's murder, the authorities would find out about the hideout. That's what he was worried about. But by going through with the Wright, the High Priest risked having Maya see the spring running red with blood. Why did he have to go through with the Wright? He wanted to set up the scene. Wait. That's it. He wanted to set up the crime scene to conceal the hideout. How was he planning on concealing it? He used his own blood. He stayed in the spring with his own blood. He concealed the source of the blood with his own. That was how he kept the rebel hideout a secret. It's all starting to fall into place. I know who killed the High Priest. It was the one who killed the High Priest. Tarust's death was a suicide. I can't believe it. The High Priest took his own life to keep the rebel hideout a secret. And now, we end this. Let's go. The High Priest wasn't murdered by anyone. He took his own life to keep the rebel hideout a secret. What? What's this? It's over. The High Priest committed suicide. I've never heard of anything more absurd.
Objection.
The lawyer has placed a stain on the good priest's death with his putrid brain. Its putrid gaping holes are as large as the hole in his logic. What hole? You still fail to understand. You truly cannot see the forest for the trees. You claim the High Priest took his own life. But have you considered who brought the dagger to the Plaza Devotion? After the High Priest was killed, the dagger was thrust into Acolyte Zealot's dead body. Only the accused, Maya Fey, could have done that.
It is as Prosecutor Sotomayor says. Your claim is rather porous in its logic, and your evidence is too weak. You cannot prove that the High Priest took his own life to conceal the rebel hideout. You're right. The dagger was impaled in Zealot's body, but his body had been placed at the plaza the previous day. Well, Mr. Wright, would you care to respond? Zealot's body was already in the plaza the day before the Wright. But what if the dagger was also already in him at the time? The dagger was never at the inner sanctum. Wait! He died a different way! Trust died by a different weapon. Of course. That's it. What is it? There was no need to move the dagger. It had already been stabbed into Acolyte Zealot's body the day before the Wright. What? So that means... What does that mean? It means the dagger wasn't the weapon that took the High Priest's life.
Objection.
But no weapon was ever found at the inner sanctum. If you will not listen to reason, then I insist you prove your assertion. Show us what you believe the real motor weapon to be. The real weapon? I've got nothing, but I know there had to be a weapon there. Maybe if I think back on the trial this far, I'll spot the clue. Well, does the defense care to tell us what the real motor weapon is? This is what really killed the High Priest. The Warbot statue. What really killed him has been at the inner sanctum all this time. And its lethality has already been demonstrated by the late Acolyte Zealot. That's right, it was the Warbot statue. Oh, fuck!
You believe that the statue claimed both victims' lives? Would you care to chime in, Abbott and me? No, he lies. No, he... Why, it's... Wait! Lady in me!
Darling, don't you think this has gone on long enough?
Billy! No! Your Majesty! My wife knows nothing! Please, Abbott in me, let your wife speak. Now, Lady in me, please continue if you would.
It's that time again.
And what time would that be?
2:30 in the afternoon. The time my husband conducts his daily prayers. And the time Pere was slain.
There it is. There's that theme. That sound, it's the Steel Samurai alarm.
I too like to pray at the same time as my dear husband. So, I set an alarm to remind me each day. But I had no idea it would come to this.
No, stop! She knows not what she speaks!
Your Majesty, I am the one who slew Acolyte Zealot.
Finally. Abbott in me! Bailiff, summon a physician at once! And maybe an exorcist at this rate. The physician is now attending the high priest, so there's no need to fear. Now, let us continue. And what about the half of him called Maya that's still among the living? Miss Inmate, will you tell us everything you know?
The truth is, I am a rebel, just like my husband. This tragedy unfolded before the Wright, during the Feast of Blessings. I had gone to the rebel hideouts to prepare for Dot's escape.
And that's when Acolyte Zealot suddenly appeared.
Yes. Pere was shocked when he saw me there.
Acolyte Zealot did not know you were a rebel?
I do not believe he did. I believe he was there simply to investigate the hideout.
And then he suddenly came face to face with Miss Inmate. So, the true identity of the rebel-hunting Lady Kira was Pere Zealot?
Yes. He was a member of the secret police, serving directly under the Minister of Justice.
The secret police?
And this is just what he said to me. I can kill rebels with impunity. The Justice Minister has my back. He was using his position within the secret police to deal with us rebels a heavy blow. But murder sanctioned by the Crown is still murder.
Even without the DC Act, Dirk and his insurgent scum buddies' days are numbered.
What's that supposed to mean?
Let's just say, I got a little trick up my sleeve, so I'd watch if I were you. 'Cause you got a divine attitude like one of them dragon dupes.
The trick up Miss Ringo's sleeve was Lady Kira.
No, this can't be. My father would never.
This must be a bolt out of the blue for Rafa. This explains why Acolyte Zella abandoned his real name.
Yes. He even went as far as covering up the tattoo that all Courianist clergy members receive.
Lady Kira was a member of the secret police. That explains why no order was given to investigate our attacks. I guess I'm not alone in hearing this for the first time.
This cannot be.
Is this true? The Justice Minister is sanctioning state-sponsored murder?
Peace. Now, Lady in me, please continue.
Ray suddenly lunged at me. That's when I pushed the stone slab toward him with all my might. But I never meant for what happened next to occur.
Allow me to take it from here.
But in me, are you sure you're alright now?
I'm sorry you had to see that. But you need not worry about me. I am already dead.
Please. We need to know what was so important that you would take your own life.
After I learned that my wife had accidentally slain Zealot, I chilled his body with snow to make it seem as if he died more recently than he did. Then I later moved it to the Plaza of Devotion and inserted the dagger into his wounds. The plaza was empty at that time, but it was before prayer time had started. Finally, I placed his body in the prayer pose, knowing that no one would notice anything was wrong until the rite had been completed.
It was perfectly possible that no one would disturb him if he seemed to be praying. We do treasure our prayer time, after all.
So, you admit you tried to pin this crime on my Faye?
Yes. This was all my doing. I never told my wife of my plan. For surely she would have tried to stop me.
How did you get Miss Faye's fingerprints on the dagger?
I had her hold it while we were rehearsing the rite day before. And right before the rite, I drugged her with a sleeping agent. Then I put Lady Kira's robes over the Warbot statue.
That means Maya was probably already groggy by the time this rite started.
Finally, I ended my own life to ensure that the crime would appear to have been in my acolyte Faye's own hand.
But when your body was discovered, Lady Kira's robes were on the ground. How'd they end up there if they were on the statue?
After I impaled myself on one of the statue's dagger-like feathers, I used the last ounce of my strength to hurl my body backwards. As I did, I grabbed onto the ropes, taking them with me as I fell back onto the ground.
How terrible! What possessed you to do such a thing?
You needn't have committed such suicide simply to frame the accused.
Bosku Saramari, as one well-versed in our kingdom's legal system, I would expect you of all people to understand.
Understand what? This kingdom's legal system. This enemy's crime, your suicide. It can't be. That would be sadder than sad.
Why, I believe the defense knows what the High Priest speaks.
Yes, I finally understand. This explains why the High Priest took his own life. It's the Defense Culpability Act. The DC Act.
Take that!
The Defense Culpability Act. Circumstantial evidence supports Miss Inme's killing of Acolyte Zella in self-defense. However, it would be next to impossible to prove it without a lawyer. That's why the High Priest wanted to pin the crime on Maya Faye. I failed to see what that has to do with his suicide. In Kurine, the divination seance is the most important piece of trial evidence. The High Priest wanted to frame Miss Faye as the serial killer. It was a clever plan in which he made sure he Lady Kira in his final moments.
The lawyer speaks true. That is why I placed Lady Kira's robes upon the Warbot statue. I made it seem that Acolyte Faye was the rebel hunting Lady Kira.
Are you saying you used my divination seance to produce false evidence?
Forgive me, your benevolence, but it was the only way to help my lovely wife.
If you had approached me first, I could have proved that the murder was in self-defense.
Perhaps, but I had little faith in lawyers, despite being a rebel.
How utterly foolish to cast away one's life for such a reason! There must have been other ways to cover up the crime!
Yet I had done so. My wife would rush to my defense, and when the case went to trial, she would suffer the same fate as I under the Defense Culpability Act. I could not have lived with myself had she been convicted because of that fiendish man.
This cannot be. All I've done under the laws of our kingdom, it's all been...
Rafa, she's really taking this hard. I can't say I'm surprised.
Mr. Phoenix Wright, it is time to show the might of your legal prowess. You mustn't allow another innocent soul to be charged under that despicable law.
Of course. I'll do whatever I can.
What I have done to you in Acolyte Faye is unforgivable. I can only offer my most humble of apologies. Your Majesty. Yes? I ask that you please look after my wife.
You have my word.
Your benevolence. It is time that I return to the Twilight Realm. The Magatama of Potting, if you please.
Very well.
What?
Your benevolence. Please, allow me the honor.
Aw.
Yes, it would be more fitting for you to send him on his way.
Send me.
Darling, I'm so glad I was able to see you one last time.
Aw.
Thank you for everything.
It's time to go.
I'm sorry to leave you like this, my love.
But now you can watch over me from the world beyond.
Yes. Always and forever.
And with every breath I take, my darling, I'll be thinking of you.
It's time to go. Time to finally be at peace. Can finally rest. Farewell to rest. Crime all caused because of one awful law.
Farewell, my darling Trust.
Maya! You did it!
The High Priest has returned to the Twilight Realm.
Maya!
I feel great. I guess that means he didn't leave any regrets behind. Oh, but what about the trial, Nick?
It's over. It was a sad reality born of love, and a great tragedy born of the Defense Culpability Act.
Well, I see no need to continue this trial. Does the prosecution have anything to say?
Mr. Phoenix Wright. I owe a debt to you. One that I will pay back in court someday.
Now, to deliver today's verdict and overturn that of yesterday's trial, with respect to all current and previous charges against him, I hereby declare the accused Maya Fey and her defense Phoenix Wright not guilty.
Hooray! The butterflies fly high. We win. But I can't imagine Inga's happy with us, considering we just took away Lady Kira from him. May 12th, 4:20 p.m. No. High Court of Kurine accused lobby.
So, I was thinking, Nick, the legal system here is really stacked against the defense. It's wholly unfair.
Yeah, and even forced the High Priest to make the ultimate sacrifice just to protect his wife.
It's just so sad.
Select the status quo, or join the revolution. Real Lady Kira were here, I wonder which side she would take. Hey, you alright? Your benevolence.
Huh? What?
I was, just wondering, are you alright?
Quiet, you. How can I possibly be alright?
Yeah, she's not doing well at all.
Who do you think you are? Suddenly appearing before me, trampling my insights underfoot, and plunging the hall of justice into utter chaos? You even discredit my mother's and father's teachings, you soulless infidel!
Ooh, that's a bit more extreme than usual.
What am I to do? I'd always believed that communing with the victim's Mitama would lead me to the absolute truth. But each time you overturn my insights, it's revealed that they serve to support false charges, rather than the truth. I'm left now with that heavy truth in my heart.
I'm sorry, Raifa.
Perhaps I am not worthy of hearing the voices of the Mitama.
That's where you're wrong, your benevolence. Is that... What?
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 How dare you! Your role is to bring forth the voices of the Mitama into our world. If you don't do it, who will? You know nothing, Maya Fey. It was spirit channeling, not divination seance that brought the truth to light. Oh, how dare an outsider like you employ the Queen's secret art? What can I do? My spiritual power does not even approach yours. It's not a cruel joke. The royal priestess bested by a lowly outsider.
Don't be so hard on yourself.
Why not? It's worth at least a laugh or two. You shouldn't talk like that. Huh? Listen, your benevolence. You were just fulfilling your duty, weren't you? And you're the only one capable of performing the divination seance, right? The station of royal priestess is not something to abandon lightly. Station of royal priestess? The people of your kingdom believe in you. But if you really mean all that you just said, then what are they supposed to believe in? You know not of what you speak! Actually, I kinda do. After all, I'm only here trained so I can become the master of my village back home. A village master, you say? I do not know. Seems I owe you an apology. For even today, I called you a neophyte practitioner. It's alright, your benevolence. Thank you for finally acknowledging me.
Future queen and a future village master? I guess it shouldn't be a surprise, considering they may have had a common ancestor. Maya's right, your benevolence.
Barbed head.
Your insights were a crucial piece of evidence in this last trial. It doesn't matter if they weren't always 100% accurate. You should be proud of what you did. You played an important role in ensuring that justice was served. You did good, kid. Besides, your insights aren't the problem here. It's your kingdom's legal system. Without lawyers, your insights would have come to be accepted. Your insights have come to be accepted as the sole truth. And the Defense Culpability Act, which gave rise to that, is the root of it all.
That's the dangerous thinking of a rebel. Your benevolence. As a crown princess, you are destined to rule this kingdom one day. That means there will be many things that you alone must determine. Things like how to keep your people happy, and what is true and what is false. And most importantly, what role you must play therein. I wonder if I'm even up to the task. Knowing you, your benevolence, you're more than capable.
Never heard Maya talk like this before. She's really come a long way. Definitely matured. What? What just happened? What was that?
It came from the hallway. Smoke, we're gonna go check it out. Hurry!
Hey, it's in me.
Mr. Wright, Acolyte Faye, I'm so sorry for what transpired. You're almost sentenced to death because of me.
What? What are you doing? Lipstick? Isn't that Lady Kira's...
I will make amends by picking up where my husband left off. I will see the revolution through, so nothing like this can ever happen again. For that is the depth of my love for my dearly departed husband.
Hey, Amy, we gotta hurry!
That voice. Is that Mr. Airball?
I must tell the people. They must learn that the peace we enjoy is a false one. One built on the backs of innocents charged with false crimes under the odious DC Act. We have it in our power to forge a society in which the law judges us all fairly.
Hey there, PW! We have more time to talk, but Dirk, everything's ready. It's time to go.
Dirk. Oh, hey. You're Dirk. Hi. Wait, was that the rebel leader, Dirk?
After him! Don't let him get away!
The power to forge a society in which the law judges us all fairly. It's the start of a legal revolution. So, you want to go get burgers?
Hey, Nick. I need to borrow you while you're lost in thought. But I just got this great idea.
What is it now?
The Steel Samurai versus the Rebel Dirk. I would make for another awesome TV show. If we threw the Plum Punisher in there, everyone would go nuts over it.
I'll never get what she sees in those shows. I think it's good to know that no matter what happens, Maya will always be Maya. I wouldn't have it any other way, honestly. What a really good case. This game is... I forgot how good a lot of these cases feel. Maybe excited about the next one. Now, I do somewhat remember the next one. We're not going to start it yet, but I do know that the next one is supposed to be basically kind of like a, let's just say, comic relief. Because, well, all the other cases have been, like, super serious stakes. Like, big stakes, like Phoenix getting almost killed in the first one. Trucy and the agency almost being taken away in the second, and then everything that just happened in the third. So I know that the fourth one is supposed to be more of a light-hearted tale to kind of just give you like a nice little breather before you enter the insanity that the final case brings. But we will deal with that next time. Thank you all so much for watching. Hope you enjoyed, and I hope to see you all later. Peace.